Turn your microphone on, Leslie.
I hereby call this meeting of the Budget Committee to order. This meeting is being held in person and through Zoom video conference. The public is invited to watch live on the city's YouTube channel, Comcast Cable Channel 30 in the city limits, or via Zoom using a link on the meeting webpage. There will be opportunities for the public to speak during the community comment time and during the public hearing. Written comments may be submitted by email to finance@milwaukieoregon.gov. When it is time to take public comments, the staff will monitor the comment cards and email inbox. We will take comments in the order they are received and seen. Spanish translation services are available upon request. The public is asked to request translation services at least 48 hours before the meeting. Translation services are also available in other languages. We'll begin with introductions, again, starting with myself, Leslie Schochner, Budget Committee Chair, and moving to my right.
Lisa Beatty, Mayor and Member of Budget Committee.
William Johnson, Citizen Member.
Shane Appa, Member of City Council.
Mary Rose, Citizen Member.
Emma Sagor, Acting City Manager.
Michael Osborne, Finance Director.
Joseph Brilio, Acting Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director.
David Cheatzazan, Citizen Member.
Adam Costerbody, City Council.
Sophie Sherman Burton, Citizen Member.
Robert Massey, City Council President.
And on Zoom, we have one other member of the Budget Committee. If Councillor Stavengerd is able to unmute and introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. Rebecca Stavengerd, she, her pronouns, member of City Council.
Okay.
Can I also ask for a introduction of our member in training here?
Dean, say hi.
What's your name?
What's your name? Can you say it in the microphone? Say it in the mic. Say Dean. No, this is Dean,
Okay, thank you.
the youngest member on the Budget Committee.
Okay. At this time, we will open the meeting up to any community members that would like to discuss any city business other than the city budget with the committee. The city budget will have a separate public hearing for those wishing to speak to the committee on that issue. Those wishing to speak that are not at City Hall, please email finance@milwaukeeoregon.gov or raise your hand in Zoom by dialing *9 to raise your hand. You can also write a comment in the Zoom chat to indicate you would like to speak. Before you make your comment, please state your name and city of residence for this record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to finance@milwaukeeoregon.gov. As the committee has other business items on the agenda this morning, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because the information provided during community comments may be new, staff will respond at the next committee meeting to those comments that require follow-up. Are there any members of the community that wish to speak?
There's no one on Zoom, there is no one in the room, and we have not received any emails and part of this community comment period.
Okay, well then I guess we can move on. I call to order the continuation of the public hearing on the proposed biennium budget for the fiscal years 2025 and 2026. The purpose of this hearing is to hear the staff reports and make public comment on the proposed action. We will now receive presentations from city staff on the departments and their proposed budgets. Joseph will start with his presentation.
Actually, Michael will. That was an edit in the script, but that's
okay.
our bad. We're going to turn it over to
Michael
Michael.
will start with, our finance director will start with the presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair Schochner. Welcome to the second meeting of the Milwaukee Budget Committee. We are excited to have a big day of presentations for you. We have kind of a tour of the city that we're going to go through. All the departments are here ready to speak about their department budget. In order to get through today's agenda in a timely manner, we have a strict schedule that I'm following behind the scenes. I've given all the departments 5 to 10 minutes to come in and talk about their major accomplishments, their goals for the future, and the trade-offs that they had to make in the hold-the-line budget. You'll be given time to ask one or two questions at the end for each department. If there's questions after that we want to address, we can do that at the end of the meeting. We're allotting a little bit of time at the end to follow up. Each slide has a department slide prepared for you that have the page number on top so you can follow along in your book. We'll try and give you a little bit of time to pause to flip to your page in the big binder so that each of you can follow along. Next slide.
And I would just add that one of the things that's in your packets, Michael's going to talk through all the other things in front of you in just a second, but we received quite a few questions from you all in advance. Thank you so much for sending those. Because we're short on time, what we have done is written answers to those questions, provided those to you and the public in the meeting record. So we hope that helps clarify a lot of the sort of small, what does this mean pieces there.
So first, I wanted to address some clerical updates. You received about 10 pages here that you can stick into your notebook. Just in summary, there's been no numbers changes on this. These are just clerical and easy. Our goal is to make this easier to follow. One, the facilities descriptions, we just revised them. We made some last minute changes and we took out some of the descriptions that we decided to push forward into the next biennium. As for water, wastewater, and stormwater, we just had, we wanted to clarify the ending fund balances on them. So we didn't change any numbers again, but we just clarified the ending fund balance to make it easier to follow along when Peter presents. Two other things is it's been noted that there was an administrative service director title that was in there. That was my former predecessor, Bonnie Dennis. That title is now changed to finance director. So we will make that change on the next round as we go through and do the adopted budget. And also in the IT budget, there was significant changes, and that was a holdover from the previous budget. So those numbers were addressing the 2022-2024 budget and not this budget. We can talk about significant changes in their department later, but we just wanted to note that for everyone.
And the top two bullets you see here, the first one is a mea culpa from me. In my budget message last week, the written message is correct. In my verbal message, I made the mistake of saying that we were 87% through spending the transportation bond, the second tranche. We are 87% through the first tranche. We have taken the second tranche of debt, but we are not 87% through spending that. So just clarifying for the record that I misspoke. The written message is accurate. And the second piece, the last, I think, piece of paper in front of you is a table of state shared revenues. This was a request, thank you, from Mayor Beatty. We voted to accept state shared revenues last time. We don't have a lot of control over what we get from the state, but we wanted to provide transparency on the trends in those state shared revenues for you to add to your binders and to put in the packet.
And we don't have to have a resolution about accepting those revenues? I thought we had done that in the past.
I believe that comes
We did
at the
that.
June 4th meeting. So the budget committee has voted to forward those to council for approval with the budget on to the June 4th council meeting.
This next slide shows,
Sorry, I got just a quick question on one of the replacement documents for the water fund. The replacement page 161 has the proposed total at 819. The old one had us in the red at 1.121.
that's correct. The 819 is the correct number. We had a formula issue going through showing it into the red, and that's the correction we made. It was strictly a formula issue and no numbers were changed. It was double counting one of the formulas to show it in the red, and we wanted to show it in the black.
Thank you.
Which was that?
Page 161 of the water fund.
Is that related to one of the questions where there was a,
Correct.
okay,
On the, oh,
found that little error.
just a note for everyone, when we have more than 4 microphones on,
Oh, yeah.
thank you very much. Yes, that was the cleanup, the formula cleanup we were doing is when those ending fund balances, they really aren't supposed to be a sum across the row. It's what you end with at the end of the year. So the formula was fixed. We aren't in the red at the end of the biennium. We are positive 819.
Starting off good. Already out of the red.
Progress. This next slide is showing materials and services for all the departments in the general fund. We highlighted this last week, but to me, this is an important slide because of our 19 departments, 3 of them, or actually 16 of them were able to hold the line in this biennium budget. 3 were over the line, and we will speak to each department later in the presentation, but we just want to show that we really tried to tighten our belt and keep our expenses moderate in this time. The 3 departments that went over were police, facilities, and IT that we spoke about last week. Next slide. So this is our lineup of department presentations. Joseph Briglio will begin here in a minute. And then we have all of the different department heads of the city here ready to speak. Again, I have a tight timeline, so they have 5 to 10 minutes to speak. If we have time for 1 or 2 questions, we can do it. But at the end, we can open it back up to revisit any open questions. But most of them should have been addressed in the pamphlet I sent out last night. Is there any questions on the pamphlet or anything from anyone? Sophie?
Yeah, there was one answer to a question that was about staffing, about maybe clerical staffing, and you addressed like where the FTE moved around, but I was curious about the desire, like why we need those more FTE to be shifted over there.
Sure, I can speak to that. And this will also come up when our city recorder, Scott Stoffer, speaks to his budget. There was a decision in the last biennium, particularly as we moved many city departments into this single facility, that rather than having admins in multiple of our departments reporting to different directors, it was better for customer service, for staffing our front desk, and just for them to know sort of a clear reporting chain to all report to one manager. So our admin team now all reports up, or most, with the exception of our folks who are at other facilities, but everyone in this building reports up to Scott Stoffer. He then can administer our supplies budget and make sure that front desk stays staffed while they still specialize and help different departments on specific administrative tasks.
It's helpful.
So it is a move that clarifies supervision, but it doesn't change the workload of the people that are being moved.
Exactly. It does not change their workload. So the admins that moved over here from the Johnson Creek campus were supporting a front desk over there. They are now supporting the front desk here. There are slightly different front desk needs here. So there's been a little bit of job shifting and cross-training, but by and large, their responsibilities, their job descriptions have remained unchanged. Just their reporting line has changed.
Thank you.
So I've allotted this in 45-minute chunks. So we'll go for 45 minutes, have a break, and then around 11:30, we're going to have lunch brought in and give everybody a chance to catch their breath and then pick up after that. But first up is our community development leader, Joseph Briglio, and he'll speak on community development.
Great. Thanks, Michael. So yes, Joseph Briglio, Community Development Director. I'm going to talk about our community development fund, planning, engineering, building, and our construction excise tax. And again, I'll try to be succinct and stay on timeline. Michael, you got the timer ready? Let's go. Yeah. So I'll start with community development and talk about our major accomplishments. And it actually kind of hurts my heart just to put a bullet point and say, like, here's a major accomplishment, because of the amount of blood, sweat, and tears that goes into each of those is a lot more than just a bullet. But over the last biennium, community development launched the inaugural affordable housing grant program with construction excise tax money. And we awarded $2 million of those funds to support over 400 units of affordable housing in the city of Milwaukie. Most of those being hillside, but certainly off Harvey Street too, with the short stack and ownership. Is that a question, Councilor? The short stack project, which will allow ownership, affordable income, moderate level income restricted housing. We also administered our largest amount of rental relief. That's like the final amounts of ARPA funds. Sorry, boss. See you, Dean.
And while we say bye-bye to Dean. Bye, Dean. Bye. I just want to note, so this is the first one of these slides you've seen. At the top, you'll see the tab you should be on and the page you should be on. We'll try to give you time to flip to that. But so this is community development, page 91 and 92.
Thanks, Emma. So just to finish up major accomplishments, delivered new City Hall, here we are. Transitioned historic City Hall, which is also another big move. The goals for the next biennium is the housing production strategy, which I'll talk more about in the planning division slides. The housing production strategy is going to get more interest here the next biennium just because the state is going to be holding cities more accountable. And so I want to make sure that we're staying on track and meeting our housing goals. Economic development programming, which you already saw as part of the MRC budget, but also there's a relation to CET, which I will talk about in the CET budget slides coming up. And then also to ensure the city developer that those agreements between like Historic City Hall and with those that we awarded CET funds for affordable housing units, that they actually fulfill their obligations to us. So we'll be making sure that that occurs. Coho Point, boy, I would love to see that come to fruition and break ground and have all our agreements lined up and signed. And then finally, I just added this last point, just cultivate a work environment that is inclusive, healthy, and productive for everyone, because a lot of times we're showing off projects and we don't think about enough of the personnel behind it. And I will say for myself, and I know for many others, that trying to create a place that people like to come to and work in is important in order to get the work done. So that's also what we'll be trying to do the next biennium. Next slide. Or sorry, I can try. You got it. We reduced the budget in community development about $57,000. To be quite honest, it probably could be reduced just a little bit more. The reason that I think it's strategic to reduce it $57,000 and also to not reduce it any further is this, in parentheses, backstop. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that when I get into the next slides for the other divisions. It's about setting appropriate and realistic expectations across the department. And again, it'll make more sense because about what I'm about to say in my next slide. So just put a pin in that. But we did reduce overall our budget. And as you can see, also FTE positions shifted and moved. So 5.5 to 2. And that's it for community development. Okay. I'm sorry. You got it. So moving on to planning services, and again, I'll touch base a little bit more about the two are connected, obviously. Major accomplishments over the last biennium, adopted the housing capacity analysis, the HCA, and the housing production strategy that was associated with HB 2003, so state-driven policy. Councilor Kozarbati was a part of that. And developed the phase 2 of the Neighborhood Hubs project, the CFAC, so Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Code Amendment, which is part of Executive Order 2004. Doing all that work and all the code amendments that followed, consolidated high-density residential zones from 5 down to 1, make us more simplistic zoning in our city. Those are kind of the major milestones. Moving forward, TSP is going to take it's going to be a huge lift. It is already a huge lift for planning staff. Update Natural Resources Code, which is currently underway. And Neighborhood Hubs Phase 3 potential, Affordable Housing Incentives Code section, and evaluating other code sections like Community Service Use Code. And these aren't all the priorities and goals, these are just a few. So, if you want to see the whole list, they are on, page 119 and 120. I didn't give you time to actually shift there, so I apologize. So when it comes to this budget, This is the one that really took the hold the line to the next level. Laura and her team took on that challenge and said, we'll reduce our budget, and they reduced it to $157,000, essentially removing quite a bit of M&S budget, so allowance for contract work. They believe that they have the staff, and they do have a great staff, to do the work in-house and try to at least attempt to do it in-house, make good efforts instead of utilizing third-party consultants. The reason, again, that I did not reduce any further than $57,000 in my previous budget in community development was because in case there's a staff change, which does occur, or in case, like in the middle of a project, we need assistance, I don't want this division to be stuck. And so I want to be able to also support them in keeping things moving forward, and also support them in any contract services that might come up, which is, in my experience, even in this last biennium, occurred. So they're going for it, but I'm skeptical, but also optimistic that they'll get it done and hold that amount. And obviously, the priority moving forward, the TSP is going to be a big part of the next biennium. Yes, Mayor.
So I think a minute ago, or earlier in the MRC meeting, you said something about the TSP taking another 15 months or something. Somewhere in this document, I thought I read that the TSP is expected to wrap up this year. And I was surprised by that, because I did think it was going to run into next year.
Yeah, it's definitely going to run through next year, yes.
Okay, if I see the reference that I thought I
please let
saw
us know.
to it wrapping up, I will let
That's
you
exciting,
guys know.
though. Jeez. That would be great.
Real quick, Joseph,
Yes.
the reduction, or the cut, right?
Right.
And you might have already said this, and I might have been reading something else, but what's the trade, like, what are we losing with that?
With that amount of
Yeah,
reduced.
like that reduction.
Yeah.
Is that just from doing more in-house rather than third-party stuff? Is that where a lot of
That's
coming
exactly
from?
it, yes.
Do that
So
across the board.
Laura believes that her and her team can do a lot of the work
Really?
in-house.
Okay.
And honestly, they've had to rework a lot of consultants' work in recent months. So I think that's part of also the pain point is like, hey, I think we can do this actually.
Yeah.
But again, we'll see. And I'm also just want to make sure that we have some backup just in case.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Massey.
Yeah, pardon me, I should have asked this in the community development section. The $75,000 in rental assistance, is that ongoing?
No. So that was finishing out ARPA funds that were kind of earmarked for support.
That was targeted toward
Rental
COVID,
assistance.
I think, right?
Correct.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yes.
And just to clarify, there is still the county is still administering rental assistance fund. There are still rental assistance funds available for people who need them. It's just not administered by the city.
True. Yes.
Yeah.
True, Mayor.
And I had, oh my God, I've forgotten my question. Oh, planning, is the planning staff's feeling that they can take more on and don't need the consultants? Is there you alluded to one factor being having to redo some of the work, but are we seeing a slowdown in current planning demands on them to allow more flexibility to do long-range planning?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's a fair analysis. Because of some of the state mandated code changes that have allowed for things to be more by right than by land use process. Yeah, there's definitely been a drop in current planning. So yes, that capacity that was once over there can go to more advanced planning.
Councilor Stavengerd has her hand up.
Counselor Stavengerd.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that in the coming biennium, we will see an infusion of rent assistance for Milwaukie residents, but it will not come through the city of Milwaukee's revenue. It's a grant that we were successful in receiving from Clackamas County, and it will be administered through their contract with the Clackamas Service Center. It will be $900,000 for the biennium, and it'll be administered through the service center itself.
great. Thanks, Counselor Stavajord. Okay. Any other questions? Great. That's planning services. So moving on, again, I'll give you a second. That's page 99, 100 for engineering. Major accomplishments, milestones, 42nd, 43rd safe projects, home and wood, wastewater improvements, slurry seal and granite inlay throughout the city. Started the construction on Washington Street and North Meek, and reviewed and approved 20 large-scale private development, should say, projects there. Received a grant, MoDOT, that's going to help support the work for Monroe Greenway, and modernized public works standards, which was needed for many, many years. The goals moving forward in this next biennium, going to continue to do the projects called out in the CIP, but Meek Street North, Harvey Street, Ardenwald, Washington area, and King Road. Those are going to be very large projects, especially that King Road one, and especially designing and getting to construction with the Monroe Greenway. So those are going to take up quite a bit of time in the next biennium. As well as TSP, engineering is also a lead partner in the transportation system plan. This budget is pretty straightforward. They did reduce by $15,000, but they are holding the line everywhere else. Staff levels and budget. So not much change here. They believe they can carry out their current work plan with their current amount of staff and budget. Yes, Mayor.
I had a couple of questions relating to, there was a thing in the general policy part of the document about how engineering, I'm gonna see if I can find my notes, about how engineering staff time is allocated to, oh yeah, I found it, page 66. And I don't know, maybe this is more of a question for Michael than for you, but there's this chart in the middle of page 66 that shows how engineering staff time is driven for purposes of transfers.
Yeah.
But I was reading, like, just looking at the allocations of percentage of time, a lot, I mean, only, only 30 and 10% of people's time, if I'm reading this right, and maybe I'm not reading this right. But the first column, the general column, it's like all the rest of the columns are specific budget lines, or specific, engineering, CIP, or utility projects. And the general is like the catch-all. But there's current planning, there's Kellogg, there's some of the MRC stuff. It seems like they do a lot of stuff. I guess I just feel like those numbers, those percentages are low for the general, because they do a lot of stuff that isn't in one of these other 6 pots.
Yeah.
And I just wondered sort of how you came to this.
It's a great question, and I think your sentiment is right that it is kind of low, but I'm going based on previously what we've done, and we can always look to change and revise it. But for this instance, we kind of just followed what we've done in the past. We can look at that in the future to update transfers. But I think your sentiment is right, that things change and what they're working on is a greater percentage to general fund.
I need someone to turn off the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
I'd agree with that. I do think, and Joseph, push back if I'm saying this incorrectly, that the general funded projects, the MRC projects that we've talked about, I don't want to say we have less certainty around those, but I think it's important to be tying engineers' time to the utility funded projects because those are rate paying funds. And so we need to be delivering what we say to the ratepayers in those spaces. I think then the general fund, you see the higher percentage of like the city engineer focusing their time because they can allocate their techs and their lower level engineers to the projects we need to, make sure we're moving forward with the utility funds and preserve some of their strategic thinking for those MRC and general funded projects. But I think it's dynamic too. Jen Garbely may, every few months look at her team and look at, do we have an engineer leave and we have to shift someone around, and that this isn't like a set in stone distribution of time, and there is some flexibility and latitude there. But I think it's a really great point and something we can look at. Does the sort of, as Michael said, the historic trend of how we've administered engineer time need to be rethought out in terms of our transfers?
I would just like to say my recollection is there was a fairly detailed study some years ago that did these allocations, and since then, we've added new tasks. So it seems to me like it might be, and I'm also thinking back to your comment last week about the degree to which we can use software to do transfer allocation.
Right.
So I guess my comment is I'm looking forward to improvements that may in fact be less work for people, and that may in fact adjust based on actual work that people are doing.
Completely agree.
Yeah, I think all that is fair, both. I mean, as far as the overview of that, it's certainly, I would agree with you, Mayor. It's more ballpark than fine science, that's for sure.
And I guess I had one other comment, which I don't want to belabor, because I mean, on Tuesday, we have the engineer coming to talk to council about CIP projects and SSMP and SAFE in particular. I do have a ton of questions about those, but I guess I don't guess we need to belabor that in this setting. I do think in her opening statement last week, Emma mentioned bonding and financing and questions about whether we do a third tranche or not. And I do think there are some tough questions there, and there are definitely some analysis we need to do of the cost of money and the time cost of money and all of that. I will remember back that when we adopted the SAFE program, and Councilor Abma was on the council then, we had a big discussion about, the whole bonding idea and whether to bond or not. And as I recall, he voted no.
That was the lone no vote.
Yes, yes. It costs too much. And I voted yes at the beginning because I wanted to jumpstart the program. I wasn't voting yes on the first tranche with an assumption that we would do all three tranches. And I felt when we came to the second tranche, it was a little assumed, and I think it shouldn't be assumed. And we do have a broader conversation to have about that. I just sort of wanted to call
So you're
that
going to have that in council, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
And well, we were told, I'm a little interested because of the comment that was made earlier about 87% of the first tranche has been spent, but we were sort of told that the second tranche, we're going to be, coming to the end of it around the end of this year or early next year. So if it's really moving that fast, it's a conversation we'll be having probably later this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Great. Sorry, quick question. I just wanted to know, where is maybe I'm just not seeing it, where's the 15,000 reduction, where's that reflected?
In the M&S line, the materials and services line.
Got you, okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Golly, a lot of numbers.
All right, moving on. So I'll go to the building fund. Thanks, Emma. Page 143, 144. Give you a second. Major accomplishments: performed 98% of inspections within a single business day, reduced turnaround times for plans examination by 25%, so 8 weeks to 6 weeks. We're reviewing and inspecting our biggest projects we've ever seen in Milwaukie. That's all you need to know there with 7 acres, Henley, Hillside. Goal is continue to customer service respond in 2 days, and I'm gonna just sit there for a second, because 2 days even to me is like, that sounds like too long. I like 24-hour turnarounds. But what I'm going to get into a little bit with the building fund and spend a little time here is to say that it's a group of three right now. And the amount of correspondence they deal with every single day, 100 emails, calls like per day, and one staff person really fielding that. 2 days actually is pretty dang quick to sustain. So we're trying to keep that up and keep it going and maintain some consistency across those services. Adopt specialty codes and maintain them and continue to perform inspections at the same level we've been doing, 90% at same day as requested. And further train and cross-train staff, and then become more self-reliant, sustainable division. That's for sure. Next slide.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is this, I'm trying to remember, do we share responsibilities with other entities in terms of doing that? And how does that get
Yes.
reflected in our budget?
Excellent. Actually, you got to it just before I did, Chair Schochner. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but thank you for teeing it up. So what's interesting about the building fund, it's its own, it's not general fund dollars, right? Let's all remember that. It generates and creates its own fund and work. It's a state program that we do on behalf of the state also. Given 3 staff, we do rely heavily on IGAs, so intergovernmental agreements, and professional service agreements with inspection outfits, with examination, plans examiners, and other inspectors from different cities. We are beholden to their capacity as much as we are to our own capacity. So even if we have those agreements in place, which we do, they are just as busy. And so if someone takes a vacation, someone's sick, and they're saying, well, yeah, sorry, we can't get out there and do an inspection for you, then we try to go down. It's a constant like leverage pulling of, hey, can you help us out? Can you help us out? Can you help us out? It's an amazing game that's played every single day, I'll say, in the building division. And I just want to give them hats off because of the 3, they are doing so much that gets unseen. And mostly when we do see them, it's because someone's upset, right? And I feel for them. So Patrick and his whole group does a great job of leveraging the IGAs and professional service agreements. And it is expensive to use outside contractors. It's very expensive for us, but we heavily rely on it because of our current staffing. The good news is that we increased FTE in this division by 1. And we did it by taking a community development position, it was a housing and economic development coordinator position, and moving it over to building. And that's going to give them a permit coordinator, which is essentially a quarterback that's going to help relieve some of that pressure that's been on our permit tech, but also do customer service throttling between divisions, departments when it comes to big projects specifically, but also just the day-to-day operations and with the developers and homeowners, and just provide that extra touch that we've really needed. So I think you're going to see service levels go up for sure, and they definitely will, I believe.
Are they going from 2 to 3 or from 3 to 4?
3 to 4.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So does the movement of that position into the building fund save the general fund some money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely. One thing that is just to talk about the piece about how expensive it is. If we have a $100,000 permit come in, which is not unusual, especially for your big development, especially for a plan review like a hillside. Those big projects, sometimes Patrick can do it if he's got time, but he's also doing inspections. He's also got other reviews. He's also managing a staff. Those go usually out to our professional service agreement provider, a clear company, and they take 65% of that. So $65,000 of that goes right to them, and they could take who knows how much time. And I say that just because it's expensive and we could potentially save if we could do more in-house, quite frankly. I put that little pin in your, I guess I put that little, I don't know what that is, something in your ear. There you go. Yeah, there you go. I do want to say that forecasting last biennium, we were very conservative. We thought there would be a recession, and actually we were right, but we were also wrong because we did see a slowdown. In this biennium, we saw most of our colleague jurisdictions, they've seen a slowdown development. Portland they laid off quite a few from their building bureau, which I think they always do. It seems like every 2 years or so they're doing that. But the truth is we have we have been in a better position than other jurisdictions because of the amount of commercial development that we're seeing. And when I say commercial, I mean apartments and commercial, as we say, retail. Think of it. Those are different buckets and different complexities. And so we've actually been going up, and cities like Happy Valley, which we have an IGA with, have been going, hey, can we give you help right now? Because we're slowing down. And so their capacity has opened up. But we're going to start seeing again, I think we're going to see a buildup in development across the metro again. And so capacity could be an issue of the future. Again, just FYI. But I am, as last biennium, sitting in front of you all, I was saying, yeah, I could see development take a hit in a couple. This time I'm thinking, I hope I'm not wrong, but I see us being pretty sustainable over the next 2 years, especially with big projects like Hillside, which are going to give us years of work. Yeah, so that's my building fund overview. Yes, sir. Okay.
Just an observation, 1,500 permits a year, 4,000 inspections with that size crew. All I can say is great work.
Thank you. I'll pass that on. It means a lot. Thank you. All right. Good. Great. Lastly, I'll get out of your way with this last fund. Construction excise tax. This will be quick. Construction excise tax, which is on page 147. So just to remind you, that's a tax we take from construction value of $100,000 or more. So if someone's doing a project that's $100,000 of construction, that's the estimate, then we take 1% of that. So $1,000 comes into the city and goes into the construction excise tax fund. And there are buckets where that money goes. Essentially, if I'm trying to make it very general because it can get complicated, but that money either goes in an affordable housing related bucket. It should be used for affordable housing, income restricted type of uses. And then the other bucket is essentially economic development. So those are the kind of the two buckets that construction excise tax fund was created to support, those two endeavors. Major accomplishment last biennium, as I've said previously, is we created a competitive bid process and implemented the first affordable housing grant program. So we spent a lot of that money that was in that affordable housing bucket has gone out because that accrues over time from development. That's gone out. And then the goal for this next biennium is going to be economic development focused, creating grants essentially and supporting our local business community. So if you remember in the MRC talking about tenant improvement, storefront improvement, pre-development assistance programs, those are all happening to help businesses and property owners in the urban renewal area, and that's it. We have CET money to use outside the urban renewal area. And so that businesses outside the area, especially in our hubs, for example, can also take advantage of similar programs. So it's not just if you're lucky enough to have a business in the urban renewal area, then you have way more tools and incentives. Using construction excise tax funds, we want to provide the same amount of programming and ability for businesses to take advantage that are happening in the urban renewal area. So that's the goal of the next biennium. Yes.
Follow up with that. How are businesses that aren't in the urban renewal area aware of that? Because my brain, I would have thought that if you're a business outside of any of that area, you're kind of out of luck. Is there a community outreach for that, or how?
So we haven't done any outreach besides just some conversations with the property owners through the Hubs program, essentially, our project.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We haven't started any marketing efforts in that regard, but we have a business license contact every single business in the city. So we certainly have the ability to make folks aware when that is ready to launch.
Yeah, I just want to, my concern with any of that is always, are people who are more in tune, with us or with a bigger business with more resources getting additional help, and I want to make sure that it's as equitable as possible. So it sounds like that will be addressed in advance of any of these funds being sent out.
Yeah, similarly with the MRC, we are making it a specific task to do marketing out to underrepresented communities first.
Yeah,
giving them
awesome.
the sense.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yep.
And presumably what is happening in the urban renewal area is a template for how the projects will operate outside, right? I mean,
Exactly.
you don't have to reinvent it.
Exactly.
Okay.
So one thing about us is we're small and nimble, and we need to continue to be small, nimble, and efficient when it comes to resources. So having programs that are like for like and just different pots of money, that's a great way to do that.
First of all, I appreciate you getting creative with the economic development stuff and finding more ways to use the funds that are available. But also to keep in mind that the bill also does allow for cities to use those funds for rental assistance programs and down payment assistance, according to the bill. So just something that, because we just talked about the county and how they're doing rental assistance, but being on the Community Action Board, that's a long wait list. So just a thought for
Yes.
later discussion, maybe that's something we think about implementing here, especially when we talk about getting people into home ownership programs and things like that.
Yes, so I think what you're speaking to, Councilor Cosrabati, is the funds that get funneled into the affordable housing, section of the construction excise tax funds. Those can certainly be used for everything you're suggesting, correct? Yep. Great.
Can you just, help me read this financial summary? So I'd like to understand where, which line shows us what's come in a year. I mean, I see beginning fund balance, but which line shows us what's come in a given year in CET?
I would look, Mayor, at that actual FY '23 column. So what you'll see there is that's 447,000 came in to the commercial affordable housing development pot. 447,000 came into the commercial economic development, and then, same for residential and same for, and then the estimated 24, I mean, those are pretty low because we have to kind of do this ballpark of what we had when we put the budget together. We don't want to overinflate, but that 447 was so much higher than the 2022 number as well. So we could be, the fund could be even healthier than what we're projecting here.
So people pay this, developers pay this typically when they get their permits or when they get their certificate of occupancy, or it varies?
When they pay their permits.
When they pay their permits at the
It's
beginning?
upfront.
Okay. So like Hillside, they're waiting for their permits now, so they haven't paid it, but
So there is a caveat here. For an affordable housing income restricted.
oh, right,
they
it
don't have-
wouldn't,
yeah,
Hillside
They are
won't
exempt
pay
from the
this, right,
construction excise
right.
tax.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, right. It's, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So the 447 in, I mean,
That's
that
the amount
was,
that was allocated in from what had been collected.
but that is said to have come in 2023.
Exactly.
So that's probably Henley Place.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Because 7 Acres had started
Right.
before that, right? Okay. And where do we show the allocations out? The money that's going to Hillside and that's going to,
So that was in the last
Short stack.
biennium budget. At least that's what we budgeted for that last time.
And I believe, so what you're seeing on the screen is sort of a truncated version of what's in your budget book. I'm going to quickly get myself to page, what is it, 148?
148, yeah.
So then if you look down on the requirements section, so under materials and services, it looks like we had put the 50,000 out for the affordable housing in '23. Joseph might be able to tell us more where that
You're
went.
correct, right?
And then we're expecting to spend $1 million of affordable housing relief before this current fiscal year ends, which I would assume is,
By June 30th, we're gonna, that's the,
That's this year.
I thought it was it was 2 million,
It was 2
right?
million. We did a supplemental to boost it up to 2, so.
Right, so,
Yeah, it should be 2.
okay. Hillside's getting 1.75, is that
1.7,
1.7?
yeah,
And Milwaukie Shore Stack's
getting
300.
300,000, yeah.
Okay,
so we need this.
so this,
So we'll update the estimated 24 to reflect so that it should be that full,
are you expecting that to disperse before the end of the fiscal year
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
in both cases?
In both, yeah, we've actually already given the money to Hillside.
Okay.
So, but Short Stack had a few other conditions they had to fulfill before we released all the funding.
Okay.
They're close though.
Okay, great.
So just to wrap it up, so last biennium was about affordable housing, using those funds. This one will be about economic development. And if you've heard anything over the last several slides and me spending the last hour and a half with you, is that you can see this next biennium is going to be a lot of business focus, quite frankly, and very busy. And so I think with that, I think that's it for me.
I'd like to commend Joseph for bringing us in under schedule and keeping us on time. We're going to allow for a 10 to 15-minute break here. Get up, stretch your legs, and then library and HR will be next.
And again, if anyone needs water, we've got glasses and water.
I'm Brent Husher. Good to see all of you. Thank you for giving me a little bit of time to talk about library budget. Before I go into major accomplishments, I just want to set the stage. This biennium started just 2 years ago, as you know. But 2 years before that is really what set everything that we accomplished in this last 2 years. January 2020, many of you might recall, a brand new library opened up. Thank you for all your work that you did on that. January 11th, as I recall. And in March, the world as we know it changed. So we shut down a library and we went into COVID protocols. I talk about all that because I came on 2 years ago and we were not just coming out of COVID protocols, we were also rethinking how do we operate and staff this new library. So these accomplishments are with that backdrop. We reincorporated indoor in-person programming. We refocused what those programs were. We rethought how our library was interacting with the city and what kind of partner we are with the city and the community. I've had a really big focus with our team to make sure that we do think of ourselves as Milwaukee's leading library. I think there's such brand identity in the library that sometimes we really forget, some of us forget that it is our city. So it's been a real big emphasis, and I think it's sort of paying off in the way that we are doing our work. One of the other ways that you'll see our major accomplishments in this last 2 years is the way in which we have collaborated with our community partners. In this community, like much of the country, we have not just experienced those related outcomes post-COVID, but also fentanyl crisis, housing crisis. All of those things are really impacting our Milwaukeeans most in need. The library is right there at the front line of that. So in addition to our traditional services, we are getting to know people, we're identifying people who need services. We are making direct contact with our partners at Milwaukie Police, Love One, Father's Heart, sort of creating those spaces so that people are able to connect with resources in our city, and the library staff is at the forefront of helping those connections happen. So I feel very proud of the work that we're able to do. And that's on top of the work that we continue to do with early-based literacy and our traditional things that are important to our community. You might recall in our community survey in the fall, the most important thing to people is still materials, and we're still providing those materials out to our community as well. And internally, I've really focused on improved alignment within the city. So for example, when we are doing all citywide meetings, I'm making sure all of our library team is able to participate. One library, one city. And I think it's working out pretty well. So going forward, we hope to continue that work. We're gonna stay strategic. We're gonna try to maintain what we're doing, and anything extra that we're doing will hit strategic alignment. There's not a lot of fat at the library. We're a lean machine and we continue moving forward. We will continue our enhanced partnerships supporting Milwaukeeans most in need. And we're also going to provide special training to the library team in this way. With those harder situations, when people are in crisis, when behaviors go bad, they go really bad. And if you look at the way our library is staffed, you have a library director and 2 managers and a whole bunch of people who are not paid to be the managers. And when things go wrong, they need support. So we're gonna give them the tools, and I'm gonna look for ways to support them the best I can. That includes giving people real de-escalation training so they're able to handle those more difficult situations. But it's not all doom and gloom. We're still doing okay. We are, if you were to look at all of the metrics by which the library are measured, like our people count, the materials going out, we are approaching numbers that we had in 2018. So if you look at the number of people coming in, the library cards were issued, in things that are moving, it is at that numbers that we've not seen in a long time. We also have less FTE than we had during those years by 1.5 people. So you look at all of that together and you say, or I say, this team is doing a brilliant job. But at some point we have to just look at the services that we're offering, whether that be the way we offer it, the hours we offer, and say, are we still in alignment or are we putting too much on the folks doing this work? So there are some trade-offs that we will have to look at in the future to see if we're meeting the needs of this community in a way that is not going to burn out the staff that are working. In this budget, our hold the line really does mean there will be, in inflationary times, when you keep that materials and services line the same, and in an operation that the majority of our expenses and materials and services is actually books and library materials, it does mean a real reduction, though probably people won't notice, a reduction in the materials that we are able to purchase. An additional way that we held the line, in this next biennium, the libraries of Clackamas County are working together to do the replacement cycle for our self-check kiosk. In a budget like ours, that's a big deal. A $33,000 expense and not asking for more money from the city budget to do that means I'm reducing contingency fund within our supplies and other areas. So it does mean that if computers break over the next 2 years for our public, I may not be able to replace them, but I think it's okay because that's what we needed to do our part to keep this budget in alignment. Oh, and I should say, the other way that we continue to hold our line is we have financial support that is not just through general funds or through our library district funds that actually support about 3/4 of our library operation. We also work with our library foundation and our Friends of the Library group that are actually providing all the funding for our library programs that you see us talking about. So none of that's coming directly from city funds, which helps us do a little bit more with the funds that we have. And I should say, thank you, friends, today for having a book sale, because those book sales really go directly back in to the work we're doing. That's it.
I have a question, not actually a question, maybe a comment. It seems to me that part of the library's ability to manage its budget may be related to the fact that people can download or use materials rather than having to go into the library and interact with staff. Can you say anything to that?
Yeah, I will say that if you look at the percentages, ebook use is going way up, but still most of our books are actually still physical books moving. And all of those books are, physically checked in, put on carts, reshelved, but most of the books are still actual physical materials being circulated.
I have to admit, I'm one of those people that reads a physical book. But, I mean,
Same.
it's very helpful to me to do it all, hold on online, pick up, check out by myself and, oops.
No, I think it's great. It automatically goes back. And I think if you look at the bigger picture and you look at our future, we are serving this part of our community really well, this corner of Milwaukie, but receiving those library district funds also means we're responsible for unincorporated parts of this county as well. And I think we don't do as well serving other parts of our city and service area as we do right here, just because of the location of our library. So I think that's what we'll be looking at in the next few years.
Is there a map of the library service district?
There is, and
easily available?
There is. I can get it to the members of the Budget Committee and Council, but essentially we go all the way east towards to the highway. So like to the mall. So it goes all the way there. If you were to look, I think we need to serve better both east and southeast.
Thank you.
Oh, there's so many questions.
Yeah, I had a question for you. I'm trying to remember from the library district itself, are there multiple IGAs or I forget how those funds are allocated, but I recall being on council thinking, I didn't think it was right or fair, but I don't remember why I thought that now. I think it had to do with value of, you tell me.
Well, as I understand it, it took me almost 2 years to really understand how the IGA works. But as I understand it, there is a single IGA with the county that basically creates a funding mechanism that asserts those dollars raised both from the unincorporated and the incorporated parts of our city, and all directly puts that money into our general fund, but I don't know the funding formula.
I thought it was based on property value or something to that
Yeah,
effect,
it would be.
which, well, to me, and, this is the budget committee, so it's not the big time to talk about the library, but
Sure it is.
firehouses, libraries, schools should not be a better building or more books because the property value is higher. And so Lake Oswego, as I recall, got a lot more money, say, than Milwaukie did, which is baloney because a library is a library. And in
Yeah.
fact, I would argue that lower income communities even need better libraries because residents sometimes have to go there to access resources they don't get elsewhere. But anyway, okay, so.
I would not disagree with you. I would say if you look at Lake Oswego, their service area, they are serving slightly less people. I think our service area is 40,000 people, so roughly twice the population of the city. There's a similar, and if you look at the staffing and the budget, it's much more than we're able to do here. Even with city support that supplements what comes in through the budget, it's not the same.
And that's because they're getting more dollars through this IGA.
Yeah, higher property values and that rate is the same, but it's more property and higher
Exactly.
valued.
Right, okay, thanks.
I'll go, sure.
This is fun.
Sorry, quick question. You mentioned the computers potentially like breaking down. I mentioned this as another biased comment. My senior year of college, my laptop broke at University of Oregon, and I did 100% of my stuff in the library for computer stuff, which was
Yeah.
a challenge. How old are the computers? And I just want to make sure because I know as a frequent library visitor, those are one of the main areas that are used.
All of the public computers on the adult-facing side are all bought within the last year.
Okay,
Because
good.
I replaced all of them in the last year.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we're good for a while.
So we're good for, okay, that's great to hear. I just wanted to make sure that we're not on like year 5 of these. Okay, great. And then one other small question, hopefully. On the performance measures, you mentioned about 10 climate sustainability program
Yeah.
measures. Can you give us a couple of examples? I bring it up because those are great, but they
What does
can
that
be
look like?
expensive. Yeah, I just was curious.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that we've never measured those programs before, but I really wanted to have a way where we could call out what we're doing. An example is Repair Fair that we've hosted. That is bringing in folks who can help repair things. And in this county, we have, when we have hosted that, apparently we have one of the most popular events. So like people lined up around the building to repair their things. Other things that we're planning is an author to come in to talk about the Buy Nothing movement and how that might work. So we're sort of loose in the interpretation, but it's ways of building community and offering
Got
our
it.
space.
So it's safe for me to say then that the majority of these are not extremely capital intensive.
100%, because the things I just mentioned cost nothing from the budget, because I'm relying on Friends of the Library to help us.
Yeah, shout out Repair Fair if you need your knives sharpened. I do it every single year. Great.
Just a reminder that we're on a time crunch, so feel free to ask your questions real quick, but
Yeah,
just
mine-
try and keep them to a minute.
Mine is very quick. It's more about the numbers. I want to make sure I'm reading this right. So it looks like from the last biennium to this budget, it's about a $470,000 increase. Is that right?
Should not be.
It in the overall budget,
Yeah.
yes, but that's driven by an increase in personnel costs.
That's what I was going to ask.
Um,
It looks like it's driven by the employee benefits.
Yeah.
And then the books and programs and miscellaneous is the biggest difference from the previous budget.
And in
Is that
terms
correct?
of Brent's materials and services budget, he actually cut out $5,000. So it went from 498 in the last budget to 493 in this budget. So Brent held the line.
Oh,
It's
this one says
people that
three-
cost.
This one says 383 for the,
So sorry, the
498
estimated BN total column is what we expect he will spend. It's not what he was budgeted to spend, or what I should say the department was budgeted to spend. So you really want to compare that amended budget column. That's what's in last biennium's budget book. That's what you adopted and authorized the library to spend up to 498. When we're saying hold the line, we're saying we asked our departments to hold the line of what was budgeted before. The reason the 383 is there is, if based on the trends we've seen, the library is not expected to spend that in full 498 budget.
I expect that we will, just by the and I say that in this way, not to, I say it in this way, there is a large part of that, that is professional development. There's a lot of funds that have been spent in the last 2 months that don't necessarily appear here yet. I fully expect that we will be right at what we've been budgeted. It looks like we've not, but anyway.
I got you. Thank you.
Well, I guess that goes to one of my questions, which was, you say that you have to replace the self-check machines. They seem pretty new to me. Why do they have to be replaced?
It's a wonderful question. Anytime you're talking about replacement cycles, like everything has a finite cycle. There are two reasons. One, when you're coordinating 13 libraries across the county, you're going to get a better rate by making sure that you're doing that work together. And secondly, they're at 7 years. And
Are they?
And really, those kiosks are essentially fancy computers in cases with proprietary software that costs way more than it should, but that's what they cost. And if we don't take the time to do that replacement cycle now while we coordinate, it's possible, A, we would do it on our own later and spend more, or B, we just wouldn't do it and then they would stop working.
Okay.
But yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought they were new in 2020 when the new library opened. I didn't realize they were 7 years old. So, the other thing I wanted to just briefly, and I won't take a lot of time, but follow up on Councilor Abma about the library district. The library district is a problem in a lot of ways. It's not served the cities well. It's the county promised, part of the bargain when it was established was that every library was supposed to get $1 million of capital. We did get $1 million of capital that went toward the new library, but the county is building at the cost of about $15 million new libraries for Oak Lodge and Gladstone. Gladstone's a city. Why? And they already got their $1 million and they've spent it and they're getting a new library on top of that. So I do feel like the cities, in addition to the equity issue Councilor Abma raised, I do think the cities generally have gotten short shrift from the library district. And I think it's just another example of how the county subsidizes urban unincorporated folks rather than cities. And I do think at some point the cities in this county need to gather together and have a little bit of an uprising. The other thing I just want to thank you for the work you're doing with the Tuesday sessions with Love One and all the service providers. I think that's awesome. That was something that the former mayor and former councilor Angel Faulkner were big advocates for when we were planning the library. So I know they would be excited to see that come to fruition. Also appreciate your work with the Equity Steering Committee and the Equity Program Manager in terms of scheduling some events, which I came to, some readings and author events that I came to earlier this year that were really well done and well participated in. And I just give a shout out to the plant sale that's coming up, which Council President Massey helps with, and I donated some plants for, and come by. Yeah, they dug up my yard again in February or March. So please come out and buy some plants over Mother's Day weekend and support the library.
Thank you. And I would say that the work is that the library team, they are doing the heavy lifting. I get some credit, but it really is the work that they're doing. And it really has extended beyond the Tuesdays. Like if I see someone or my staff sees someone, we are reaching out directly, whatever day of the week it is, and helping make those connections happen. So it really is an all hands approach. So thank you.
Thank you, Brent.
I would just like to raise an issue that this is a long day and maybe we could focus on the budget-related issues as we move forward. Hopefully, everybody will be able to finish today. So, anything else from the library? Anybody else have questions? Moving on. I love the library.
Thank you, Brent. Next up is Brandy Leos, the Human Resource Director.
Hi, my name is Brandy Leos, longtime listener, first time caller. I normally talk to this group in a different space without a microphone. So thank you. I'm excited to be here. 2 years ago, when this budget was adopted, I was being offered the job. So I came into a brand new budget, and this is my first time having the opportunity to participate in this way. So thank you for that. I've taken the last 2 years to really look at the HR function here at the city and work towards finding efficiencies and modernizing our approach to HR at Milwaukie. At the beginning of the fiscal year, like literally July, we had a significant HR issue happen that essentially tanked the budget for the remainder of the 2 years. So you'll see in the actuals, there are, money was spent where it wasn't meant to be spent. And so over the course of the biennium, not a lot of training by consultants has happened. Instead, we've relied on training by HR and really focusing on creating a lot of efficiencies and doing things that we could on a extremely shoestring budget based on what we thought we would be able to do at the beginning. So key accomplishments at the end of the last biennium, we purchased an onboarding system. And throughout the last 2 years, we have worked on really using that system to its full capacity, getting it up and running and an efficient use of that system, as well as a learning management system, which has allowed us to continue to deliver training to staff without paying consultants to do that. And it's been fantastic. We've gotten really good feedback from staff. Also, reviewed 70% of the city's personnel policies to ensure legal compliance. There were a lot of updates. My friend Tony in the back was the union president through most of that time, and he got to review all of those policies with me. It's a lot of work, and I'm really proud of the work we've done in that regard. As soon as we're finished with negotiating the 2 collective bargaining agreements, we'll be finishing up that policy work, which I'm looking forward to having done. And then one of the things Anne had asked me to do, and I was excited to do so, was provide supervisory training to our supervisors throughout the last 2 years on a variety of topics such as recruitment, performance management, family medical leave, and all of the little intricacies of the paid leave Oregon, implementing that lawfully here at the city. And that work will continue as the legislature continues to tweak those things. One thing that I think a lot of us forget is that the legislature really loves to tweak HR rules. So it's a constant battle of keeping up on top of legislation. And frankly, that's some of the work I have been able to accomplish in the last 2 years, is making sure all of the legislation that had gone into effect immediately prior to and during the pandemic have now been implemented here at the city, and we're in legal compliance, which I'm excited to share. Over the next 10 years, 2 years, also 10, because the work is never done. Over the next 2 years, we'll be continuing to develop HR's bench strength. I think with the departure of the long-term HR director, it became really clear that we didn't have the strength we needed to flex if we needed to. And so took advantage of a departure of a staff member this year and hired someone with a different skill set, someone who could really take over, not necessarily, but handle complex issues if I'm out. Keep in mind, this is an HR team of 2 here at the city of Milwaukee. So when you have a turnover or a sickness or something, it's a really big hit to our operation. So working on that, and I think we're doing a great job. I've had that person in the seat for 3 whole months, and it's going really well. One of his focus this next 2 years is developing our safety program and making sure that we're in compliance there. I'm feeling really good on the personnel side, but safety, not as great as I'd like to be. So we'll be dedicating a lot of staff time over the next 2 years to making sure our safety program is solid. And then we'll be hopefully improving employee engagement through enhanced support for management and employees. Beyond a survey, we're looking at services that will provide like real action that supervisors can take to help ensure employee engagement in their work. And this leads to, in theory, less turnover. So that's kind of the plan for the next 2 years. Is that it? What questions do you? Okay. Yeah, so told to hold the line. I said, I can't, and they said, you will. So here we are. Hold the line for HR at Milwaukie really means service cuts. The budget that I had when I got here, based on the things we do day to day, the things we pay for, the budget is barely enough, and in some cases not enough. There are a lot of things in human resources that are hard to predict, like, are we going to receive a complaint that requires an outside investigator? Sometimes there are situations in which I am biased and cannot handle an investigation, or the topic is so sensitive that it makes sense to hire an outside investigator. That's very expensive. And so we can't plan for that. Other things that come up that you just are very difficult to plan for and not available in the budget that I've presented is if we receive a complaint from the union that requires litigation, or a complaint from any employee that requires litigation. There's not room in this budget for that. So a hold the line, yep, we can do it. However, it means moving into more canned resources. And when I say canned, that's like things that are just available that we can provide to a supervisor rather than bringing in a consultant to really help them individually work through a problem. And we'll do a lot of that ourselves, but with a team of 2, that can be challenging for a staff of 150. Another way we're holding the line is limiting our costs for attorneys in negotiating contracts, specifically with the union. That's a skill set I bring to Milwaukie. And so with the 2 contracts that are open right now, I'm doing one of them myself and have hired an attorney to help with the other. Our goal is to get those off schedule so I can handle both of those in-house and not have an attorney specifically for that work. We'll still have them in our pocket in case we need help, need clarification on an issue. But for speaking to the employees that work at Milwaukie, it's a much more personal experience if I do that myself as someone who works here with them every day and works on collaborating on a regular basis.
So just to clarify, when you say off schedule, you mean scheduling the union negotiations in different years?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So right now, both contracts are set
Due
to
at the
expire
same
June 30th, and that's a heavy lift. We are also reducing funds for employee recognition and engagement activities. So while I said I'll focus on providing resources for supervisors, this might mean we hold less events for our staff, those feel-good things that folks really enjoy. We might hold less or really restructure them to where they cost less money, or ask a department to help pay for that rather than it coming out of HR's budget. And then the hold the line budget really reduces our ability to provide citywide training for staff, which tend to be on soft skills, things like communication and conflict resolution. We'll still do as much of that as we can, but not as much as we should. Counselor Casabratti?
Yes, thank you. Just real quick on clarifying.
Just put your microphone on, Counselor.
It is.
Oh, yours is, I'm sorry,
No, you're
it's
fine.
behind the goose card and I.
Oh. Is it? Just clarifying, in the beginning, you mentioned that there was money spent that shouldn't have been?
Oh, it certainly should have been. It wasn't budgeted for.
It wasn't, but, oh, so is that what the difference is from the outlook, the current outlook of 190 to 211?
Yes.
Thank you.
And on the same topic, I think, I know HR issues are obviously confidential, but given the size of some departments, the HR issue, is there any transparency as to which department was involved in that, or is that restricted?
I'm not comfortable sharing that information.
Okay, got it. And then one other really quick question, just question number 5 that I had on, just on the HR protecting employees, kind of in the same manner as protecting the city. I was a little bummed by the answer there, and I know this is the budget that's hold the line, but my recommendation for future budgets is there's been a lot of turnover in the city, and I know, again, this is another thing I'm biased because my company only has one HR person, and it is really hard, is to try to put as much funds into protecting the employees as much as we are trying to protect the city.
Yeah, and on that question, I didn't quite understand what protect employees meant. So if you could clarify that.
Sorry, I meant more, good question. I meant more like resources and support for employees in a situation that.
Sure.
Yeah, because again, as you know, I've dealt with, when you talk to HR, it is let's just keep David from suing me kind of thing. And I want to make sure that the employees are also being supported.
Sure, thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No, we do have an extremely open door policy and provide a lot of hands-on, one-on-one coaching for both employees and supervisors to resolve issues before they get to being a big deal.
Okay.
Over the course of the 2 years, I have not received a grievance. Tony? No grievances, please. And I really attribute that to the relationships I've built with not only the labor union leadership, but staff in general. Folks know they can come and get that guidance.
Okay. Awesome.
We hand walk them through every FMLA request or an ADA accommodation. So
Awesome.
we're doing all of that stuff.
That's really helpful to know. Thank you. And again, I know this is extremely hard to hold the line with all of this stuff. Thank you.
Lisa?
I guess I'm not seeing a line in for transfers. And I just wondered, when we're talking about transfers, if this is one where transfers should be a higher part of the budget.
So for HR, and correct me if I get this wrong, Michael, you don't see kind of a resources section because, this is a general funded completely department. So the transfers from utility funds into the general fund to help with administrative services, including HR, are reflected then in the general fund money that comes out to this.
Okay.
And that chart we talked about earlier talks about how they're allocated out in the general fund.
Right. Yeah, I guess I just, listening to the sort of pain of the hold the line budget, I wonder for the next cycle if looking at transfers again anew might not be warranted.
I really take that point. I think that's a big part of the next biennium is looking at how things have changed and if those transfer formulas need to be updated. Okay, I think we're gonna keep moving.
Okay, thank you very
Brandy.
much.
All right, I'm going to talk to the city manager office budget that you can find on page 85 and 86 of your binder. So within our city manager's office, that includes our equity and inclusion program, our communications program, community engagement, events, emergency management, website, And we did have an admin specialist in this as well, supporting the city manager. As we've kind of already discussed, that was one of the positions that now reports to Scott, who you'll hear from in a bit, but still supports our office with administrative functions. So the vision of the city manager's office in Milwaukie is that it's really that hub of internal and external strategy, communications, and engagement. We make sure the internal team Milwaukie is functioning and feeling good, and we make sure that as a city, we are setting high standards for how we engage our public and share information. Some big accomplishments of the last couple of years were one thing that I mentioned last week in my budget message. We, at the direction of former city manager Ober, developed Milwaukie Momentum, which is a 3-year internal or operational strategic plan that tries to align what we do as a organization of 150 people with the community vision, with what you've all said is where we want to go. A part of that strategy was also adopting a 3-year equity plan. Council adopted that at the end of December, following a really comprehensive study of equity and inclusion within our city and within our community. We've already heard a little bit about the city hall relocation. That was a cross-departmental effort, but really overseen by the city manager. And we continue to provide information and engagement opportunities to tens of thousands of community members through, so many things. We do the monthly pilot. We support our social media accounts. We both put on some public engagement events, and we are kind of like an in-house consultant for all the other teams that are doing public open houses or Engage Milwaukie pages. My team really helps support them. And then, of course, we maintain the city's website. So that's a lot, and that keeps us connected to our community every single day. So our goals looking ahead is really about implementing Milwaukie Momentum and the 4 priorities that emerged in that. Those are support our employees, work smarter together, revitalize Milwaukie, and help Milwaukeeans most in need. We're kind of overseeing the work in all 4 of those areas, but I think I want to point out 2 specific ones that are going to guide what I direct my staff to do over the next couple of years. The first is that really work smarter together. This team and what we put in our materials and services budget is really about making sure we're getting the best bang for our buck and we're doing things in the smartest, most efficient way. We're going to be refreshing our website, which I'm really excited about. Our website is both beautiful and clunky. It's hard to find stuff. It's a little bit of a labyrinth. So we're going to be cleaning that up, which will both help the public experience and make it easier for our staff to update things and make sure they're being transparent. We talked a lot last week about performance measurement, my nerdy favorite thing. That's a big goal for us. So how do we create a culture of performance, a culture of data-driven decision-making, but also use that data to tell our story on our website, think about things like dashboards that help the public really understand how their taxpayer dollars are being spent. The second piece I really want to emphasize is that help Milwaukeeans most in need and what that means to us. Part of it is around institutionalizing equity and inclusion, making sure that we are helping folks who have been historically disenfranchised and under-supported. It also means supporting with staff time work to help those experiencing crisis, whether that's houselessness, drug addiction, behavioral health challenges, et cetera. And I'm happy to share more about the specifics there, but we're excited about, several efforts happening in our community that city manager staff will support. And then finally, we're going to just always try to raise the bar on improving access to city information for everyone. We want to make sure if folks want to understand something, they get that quickly, and they get that clearly. Looking at the numbers, we held the line, so we are not increasing materials and services. What that means is we're going to be able to do some stuff, but maybe not to the full extent that we wanted to. We're refreshing the city website. We're not rebuilding it. So I want to set expectations. This isn't going to be the most transformative change you've ever seen, and it's going to be nowhere on the scale of when we did the last website update, just simply because we don't have the funds to do that. It will be an improvement, but it's not going to be a big overhaul. We're maintaining our communication and engagement levels of service. So what I mean by that is still, the same cadence and publication of the pilot and everything, but you're not going to see a lot more marketing collateral than you have in the past. I mentioned the Cooling, Warming, and Stabilization Center, but beyond staff time from myself, from my events and emergency management coordinator, and the kind of pieces we can pull. We don't have a dedicated person really focusing on shelters, nor a lot of excess funding to spend on that. We have done some work to right-size our event funding. When you think of inflation, we see that in our office a lot with the events. Putting on Solstice goes up, 15% in cost every year. So we want to make sure that we're still able to deliver the signature events this community knows and loves: Umbrella Parade, Solstice, Arbor Day, Earth Day. But we also intentionally made some decisions to focus on supporting smaller scale, community-led celebrations of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're continuing to support Pride and Juneteenth, and we're going to be kicking off a multicultural community event fund administered by our Equity Steering Committee. So folks who want to put on, whether it's a Dia de los Muertos celebration or something similar, could submit an application, get some funding from the city. We think that's a prudent way to make our dollars go further and to support our equity goals. I've heard a lot about emergency preparedness. I agree that it's something that keeps me up at night, and it's another example of an area with our general fund constraints. We're struggling. So we are doing what we can. We have a half-time FTE associated with emergency preparedness, but that's an example of without additional general fund revenues where we are struggling to find the resources to dedicate in that area. Are there any questions about the city manager's budget before I move on? Okay. I am not the city attorney, but I'm here representing the city attorney today. The budget there really has not changed. The materials and services rolled forward to hold the line. And so the only increase you see in this budget is expected personnel cost increases.
Actually,
And those are budgeted at a straight 3%, is that? The personnel cost increase?
Personnel cost increase, the assumptions there? Yes.
Is that 3% for salary, but a different percentage for benefits?
Correct.
Councilor Kosrabati?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I actually did have a question on
Sure.
the city manager. Is just
Yes.
the capital outlay.
Yes.
Is there anything does that the land banking specifically? Do we have anything budgeted for continuing land
So
banking efforts?
those capital expenses have never come from the city manager's budget, as far as I understand. The capital budget money we had in the last budget was for our van, our wonderful Big Blue events van.
Oh.
So I think in terms of capital expenditures for that would be more in community development's budget, but not in this one.
It has it on there. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
No worries. Thank you. William?
Since Mary mentioned it, what is the growth assumption for benefits?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
What is the growth percentage assumption for benefits?
Right now it's 7%.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Scott, if there's no more questions, Scott Stoffer and I are going to tag team on city council. And we didn't really discuss what tag team looked like, Mr. Stoffer. Do you want me to, I'm just gonna let you go and you could buzz me in as you need me.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be with you today. Scott Stoffer, City Recorder, and I have the great privilege to present to you 3 budgets for the next biennium. Starting off, the first one, the City Council budget. Goals, as are listed on the page there, include the continued policy work the City Council pushed on its goals, climate action, equity, justice, and inclusion, and parks. Liaising to many, more than 28, it probably feels like in any given year, to many regional boards and committees and meetings and the legislature too. Lots of votes taken, 114 resolutions, 22 ordinances in the last biennium. So a lot of work. The City Council is the highest elected governing body of the city of Milwaukee. Budgetarily, it's not the biggest chunk of the pot you're looking at today. The biggest slice out of that budget is for professional services for our good friends at Willamette Falls Studios, the AV technical services that are provided to the city, in addition to Oregon Patrol Services, the security officers, and there's also funding set aside
for lobbying, which the council has talked about the last few fiscal years, but that money remains. I should probably say that there is absolutely no change proposed to this budget. And then the other big pot in most of those lines has to do with supporting council. The policy was set a few years ago to make it the policy of the city that council members are eligible for reimbursement for adult and child care needs, meals, and mileage reimbursement. That all remains the same. As well, each member of council has a line for education and training, attending conferences, basically. And then there is some funding for advertising, and when I post notices of election, the advertising budget there is what pays for those notices, since those are council positions. So I think that's all I had in terms of presenting that. There's really one storyline that affected this budget and a little bit the recorder budget is the turnover on council. We plan for, and elections at the city level aren't huge expenses, but we plan for one every other year. Those are the scheduled elections. We're in a year where we're going to have 2 elections. So that's the only other note I had.
Great, and I think we've got 2 questions.
Mine was on the Willamette Falls, which, is a huge amount for this particular, for the city council budget. Is that something that's required? Because I know that we do YouTube, we have streaming, and then we have also, is it still on cable? I mean, I don't even know if it's still on cable. I haven't checked that in a while, but I think we had 6 people that watched at one point. I don't know. But so I'm trying to figure out on this Willamette Falls just a little bit more about that.
Sure. Willamette Falls Studios is who we've currently contracted. We technically call it, and we're actually just finishing a request for proposal process to solicit bids. Per our contracting rules, it's been 6 years, so we're going out for bid again. And so we technically call it Government and Public Access Broadcast Services, which a big part of it that we all see in this room all the time are the government AV tech support services they provide. And I will say in the move to the new city hall, they were invaluable in that. And then the public access part of it is they maintain a studio in Oregon City that is free to use for any member of Milwaukie public to go down and use public access cameras or the studio space. There's lots of opportunities for those. Willamette Falls is also part of our PEG, Public Education Grant funding. They don't provide it, but they provide our link to Comcast, and it's how we get to that PEG funding piece. So to answer your question, Willamette Falls Studios is the choice that the city has made for the last probably 2 decades at this point to use for our AV tech services. But strictly speaking, there's no rule or law that we have to seek to provide AV services through a contractor situation as we do. But it's been my experience and my recommendation in the last 10 years that they provided excellent services. I mean, the alternate to contracting with a service like Willamette Falls is potentially hiring some sort of a part-time person to run AV, which is feasible, and I know of other cities who work that into their budget. But I think the benefit of contracting with a studio like Willamette Falls is the regional access to expertise. We get more than just Josh sitting in our AV booth right now. We get access to all kinds of resources, and it's cable access. The general concept of providing content on television has not necessarily changed a lot recently, but the technology is changing. And one of the go-to people for me when we moved to YouTube and when we had the move to this new building was I heavily tapped Melody and Willamette Falls, Melody Ashford, the executive director at Willamette Falls, and their staff. And just knowing and having a guide map on what to do for moving to YouTube and those AV tech needs. So,
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did, because I just wanted to know more about that, and I appreciate that, Scott. Thank you.
I wanted to ask about the dues and subscription and the education and training line. So we each have a education line, which is, for attending conferences or other things like that. And I guess I thought I was told earlier this year that I was up against my limit. So for me, in addition to conferences, I also have some organizations I belong to that have dues, the Metro Mayors Consortium and the Oregon Mayors Association, that both have dues. And so I guess it's showing that I've only spent $3,000 out of a $10,000 allocation, if I'm reading that correct. And I thought I was up against my cap are getting near, because I do have some conferences this summer that I need to pay for before the end of the fiscal year. So I'd just like to understand that a little bit more. What's in dues and subscriptions versus what's in our individual training lines?
It's a great question, Mayor, and I think we'll need to probably do a little bit of follow-up and get back to you, because what I'm seeing is we've kind of double spent what we put in the dues and subscriptions line, and I'm wondering, we budgeted for 4 for the last biennium, and we're projected to spend 8. So I'm thinking some things might be getting billed there that should be billed technically to the other line. We'll work on a comprehensive report of that and provide some clarity to you and all council members about where your budgets stand for this fiscal year.
Okay, that'd be great.
And I would just add, historically, this has been sort of a gray area, I think, for council, because there isn't a ton of money for memberships. $2,000 for a fiscal year is not, that can be eaten really quickly by one membership, depending on what you're talking about. And I think it's fair to say council's gone back and forth in terms of what line within the council budget it's been applied to. And also to a little bit, especially for the Metro Mayors Consortium, which has the lobbying arm. It's been part of that lobbying conversation that council's had over the last few fiscal years. Varying degrees of interest from the council in lobbying and spending money on lobbying, but then we have that membership with the Metro Mayors. And then some years, I guess it just made sense where it was applied to the mayor's budget. So it's definitely a conversation to have. And I can say, based on a previous conversation council had, and forgive me, Mayor Beatty, you may have been out of the country when we brought this up, when we brought up the lobbying thing, but we plan to be more on it in the next biennium in terms of reporting to council what's left in your budget for the year, and having this conversation to get a little more clarity for us too. So it's a very good question. It's one that we plan to follow up on.
Okay, great. And where is LOC membership in here? Is that also in dues and subscriptions?
That's actually a good question, because I don't.
That's the cities, right?
Right.
It's not us individually.
It might be in the city manager's budget. I'll double check on that one too and get that.
What's LOC?
League of Oregon Cities.
I'm very sure it's not in the council budget, but it's covered. If not, so yeah.
Thank you.
That's in the general government, the non-departmental part of the budget.
All right. Well, I know we're coming up against lunch after this, so I'll be brief, but the city recorder's office is, the story of the last biennium for the city recorder's office is a pretty big tectonic shift from a relatively small 2.5 FT, 3.5 FT staff to now 5.5, and a truly administrative, broad citywide administrative services mission, which we had before, but with the new move to the new city hall, the team has grown, as you see in the FTE line there, and as it's been mentioned, I suppose in other budget reports, but the team's now 5.5 FTE, and that's transfers. Those aren't new positions, new FTEs, those transfers. With the move to this building, it was felt like the administrative support for all the departments in this city should be centralized into one team. And so that's what we've done. We have now, we call the City Hall Administrative Team, and we're government, we love acronyms, so we call that CHAT. And it's working out, I think, fabulously. We have an amazing staff of administrative folks, and that's been a big part of the story, especially in the last year, of course. Coming with that, in terms of what the records office did, City Recorder's office, was there was a lot of records management done last year when we cleaned out the basement at Old City Hall and cleaned out some of the workspaces at Johnson Creek before it was remodeled. And I'm super proud and just appreciative of my colleagues on staff who took that charge seriously, and we reduced we had a small footprint to begin with compared, I think, to other cities. My predecessor put us in an amazing spot in terms of a records management storage, and in the last year with the move, we've made even bigger strides on that. We have a records room in this building, and it is getting fuller as we speak, but it's certainly able to handle, I think, the record footprint. So anyway, that was the story, the move, the new team. A couple other notes of the last 2 years is, as I mentioned, we had one extra election that we didn't plan for, maybe 2 extra elections in the last year we didn't plan for. And then as council is aware, we've moved to an annual, actually as the entire committee is aware, we've moved to an annual board and committee recruitment process, which is great and has a lot of savings in terms of administrative time throughout the year. But on behalf of my deputy city recorder, this is a very busy moment for her, and you've all received many emails from her. So that's been a part of our annual narrative shift there as well. And then just quickly, we're also continuing our work with community partnerships, including the Milwaukie Historical Society. the American Legion, Daughters of the American Revolution. And I'm really excited, and I know I haven't reported to council in the last month or so, but we're continuing discussions with the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde on the placement of First Fish Herons artworks on our waterfront. And so that, as you might imagine, intergovernmental agreement of that nature takes some time to discuss. And so I'm really optimistic that soon I'll have something to present to you. So I think I covered everything on the screen. Any questions? And in the coming years, we have elections coming up, continue our work. We look forward to continuing to support the city council and our boards and committees and our staff here at City Hall and a new city manager. As you probably can guess, the city recorder office works really closely with the city manager's office. So any questions about that part of it?
I had a question just on the, I know you mentioned earlier that we're doing maybe a refresh on our web site. The city code that's done by, I suppose, it looks like an outside entity, which I think does a lot of them for the area. Is that coming out of your budget, this budget?
Yes.
So that's out of the professional and technical services?
Correct. That's the top line, professional services line. That's exclusively for codification.
Okay. I'll talk to you further about that one.
And that's a great point. Thank you, Councilor Abma. We do have a recently totally refreshed municipal code online. In short, what happened was our longtime codifier was the person who ran that retired and sold the company to a bigger, now really totally general, it's called General Code Coast to Coast codifier, who had what they call an E365 platform. And so our code is just by nature of being taken on. This has been, I think, a great benefit. It's got some really good backside tools for our planning department in particular to be able to use when they're doing all their code work. So yeah, that's been a great note. Moving on to the recorder's budget. At first blush, it might look like it's not holding the line. And I can say we did tighten as much as we could, and I moved some funds around within the M&S materials and services line. But really, as you might suspect, the increases in this recorder's budget is transfers from other lines. The addition of 2.5 FTE from city manager, community development, and engineering. And then there's also another transfer out of this line that I can touch on in the court too, but in the last biennium, 0.5 of our court clerk time was moved to the city recorder's line, and because I believe that the work of the court is exponentially growing, we reassigned that 0.5 to the court, which I can touch on when I get to that part in a minute. So really, it does show an increase in the recorder's line, but it's really just a reflection of the FTE that came over in terms of staff to our team. And with them came some supplies budget. We took some supply money from other departments in the new city hall last year, and we continue to have that in the supplies line for the next biennium. And then with staff, there's some education and training and dues and membership transfers. So it's all transfers. It's not really new money, so to speak. So I think that's all my notes on that. Any questions about the recorder's budget?
Any other questions, Shane, or? Oh, no, sorry.
If not, I can transition to our municipal court. And as I kind of hinted a second ago, the storyline in our court is that the last biennium included the continued remnants of the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact that had on the number of citations that were issued by our police department and our code enforcement team. I'm sure we can all remember why those things came together and resulted in fewer citations being handed out. And some decisions were made a few fiscal years ago to reduce the FTE account assigned to the municipal court. I have now supervised the municipal court for the last 2.5 years, and I can tell you I came on in November of 22 with the court, and we were about bottoming out in terms of number of citations issued, and we've done nothing but increase exponentially since then. And as of February of this year, we've returned to the number of citations issued per month that we were seeing in February of 2020. So we've come to the other side of that valley, and based on staffing at the police department, and I think perhaps where we are as a society, we're back to where we were issuing more citations, and the outlook is increased citations. And I mentioned that strictly because the citation number of issued in a month directly impacts the workload on the court. And our court is running really hot right now in terms of just every day. There's lots of payments coming in, lots of court customers coming. Our court day dockets, we have court twice a month, usually on the second and fourth Wednesdays, but sometimes it moves around. In this room right here, and the dockets are getting exponentially longer. And we're having to start thinking about issues related to that in terms of just really how big this lobby is when it's full of people, and parking. And we're working hard with our neighbors, and we apologize to Chan's for issues parking there, and other lots, private lots around us. We're working to do better signage and outreach to our court customers. But all that to say, the recommendation to move 0.5 FTE to court, I think, is a reflection of the story, the workload story in court. But I will just say now, one of the things I'm going to be watching in the next biennium is that is probably not even a really realistic reflection of the work that the court does and the staffing that it takes to run our court. So that's the big story there. They continue to transition to paperless court. We ran a couple amnesty programs, and I can go into that more. It's a program that kind of depends on staff's workload ability to run that program. And then I think it's also been affected a little bit by recent governor executive orders and things. We haven't run that this year. Mary, our court clerk, Mary Quinn's our court clerk. She's worked with some local service providers. You may have heard of Love One and Father's Heart Ministry to connect our docket with the folks who show up in their doorways to kind of do some efficiencies and make it better for those folks working through that. And then we had to increase translation service. We had to increase security services due to an incident we had last fall that you may remember in terms of a bomb threat during a court day. And then we've started in the interest of our equity work, we've provided translations. We've now provided translation services once a month, Spanish interpreters present for one court day a month. So that's kind of the story there. Shifting to the budget of the court, we really tried to hold the line. We rearranged some of the funds within the M&S line, but we are asking for a $6,000 increase in that budget's professional services, and that's mostly to provide for increased security costs and the cost of an interpreter once a month at court. So it is a cost. We did make some cuts to our supplies line and our dues and subscription line, and also the increase here would also reflect the 0.5 FTE being transferred from the city recorder's budget. But I think that's all I wanted to share with you on the court. Questions? I think Mayor Beatty.
Yeah, so looking at the materials contracts for the judge and the prosecutor, the judge one is holding flat and the prosecutor one is going up a little bit. I wondered why one would go up and not the other. And secondly, if we think we might need a third day of court a month, is it realistic that we'll be holding the judge's numbers flat?
I think we were supposed to have held the prosecutor line flat because I don't know that we expect increases there besides maybe a COLA, but that's a contract that we'd have to negotiate. And the professional services line is the one that did go up, and we are we're actually presenting to council, you just received in your packet yesterday, a new contract extension for the judge, which includes a 3% increase in her salary. So I think the prosecutor line should be holding steady, but the increases in the professional services line for the judge.
I guess the prosecutor line is holding steady if you look at the totals. It's just underspent this year, so I guess that's good. Nothing to complain about. The judge's line, though, I mean, if we do end up going to more days, both of these will have to change. Yes.
Possibly. One of the things we build into the budget for the judge's contract is the feasibility of it doing more days, more court days a year. So I think we could sustain if we had like a peak summertime and we needed another one for a couple months. I think what we're budgeting for could cover that. We do count that into it. But if it became a sustained thing, like we see that push into the fall and the winter, that would be something we'd have to come back and take a look at supplemental funding.
Okay.
So our contract allows for that kind of flexibility?
The amount we budget for and the contract we have with the judge does allow for a few extra currently unscheduled court days a month.
Okay, thank you.
Does the increase in the citations then increase the fines, which helps offset some of these costs, or is there not a connection between that?
That's a good question that I would defer to my colleagues in finance.
Somewhat, yes. I'm not sure of what the rate that you would gain. We have to pay some of the funds back to the state of Oregon, so I don't know what our collection rate is, but in theory, yes, we would gain more to offset the cost of an additional employee.
Thanks. That's a good question. It is complicated.
Yeah. Something to add too was I was here last night till 7 putting this all together, and the court clerk, Mary, was still here at 7. She puts in a lot of hours and a lot of time to dedicate to this, and it's much appreciated.
Absolutely agree. That's unfortunately a common thing for Mary. And I will just say, I know that there was a question raised in the FAQ or the questions that the committee submitted before the meeting regarding citation sort of demographic data. And that's one I think was probably relayed in the response, but that's one I have to look at our community, police department and code enforcement team to provide some of that information for you on. So
I'm kind of call a pause here so that we can adjourn for lunch and keep on schedule. But if we can pause now until 12:15 and have lunch.
Do you want to take David's question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, guys. It is related to this, so if you're done, I don't want to keep you after lunch. I can, if you're coming back. Okay. Okay. In relation to, this is, I think one of my questions I submitted that didn't make the final cut, probably because it wasn't directly budget related, but one of the questions I had was, we this is on page 118. During the COVID pandemic, we postponed reporting the driver's license suspension for the failure to pay fines to the state. Have we noted, it's a two-part question. Number one, have we noticed like a massive increase in accidents or other kind of situations during that time?
that one have to defer to the police department.
Yeah, okay. And I mention that because again, I'm talking as a general vibe right now, which is not science related, but I don't know that we've noticed that. And the COVID pandemic is over per se, but increased, we've had so many increased costs of inflation and everything else that everyone's dealing with. Our bosses can't, give salary increases while also, there's these profits that are, there's lots of things happening right now, and a lot of people are feeling a big pinch. And I'm wondering, I don't know whose directive it would be, if it was yours or the municipal court judge or the city council's, but if there's any discussion on potentially postponing that for another year, because I'm looking at the last line that the average, that's the average cost per violation. I thought that was the average ticket price. But I know that a lot of fines are small in nature, and suspensions can lead to much broader consequences for people in terms of going to prison. And let me say this. In terms of the city's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, a lot of marginalized communities are disproportionately impacted by driver's license suspension. So I was wondering if that is something that is open or it is already in motion and the narcs will narc, for lack of a better word.
I think it's a great question. It's a broad question. It definitely goes beyond the strict scope of the city, the municipal court. I know that the council has talked about that in conjunction with our equity work, and our fees, I believe, are mostly set. And it's complicated because we're also dealing with Oregon state law, but in some of them, but the fees that the city controls, we've definitely had those conversations, and the fee schedule that the council considers and adopts every year, I believe, is where a lot of those fees are set. So the conversation we have had and can continue to have. I'll also mention that you're probably familiar with the last, I think maybe 2 governors now have issued executive orders dealing with this. And one of the pain points of our court's workload is that that has produced lists of folks to be removed from those lists. Yeah. And having the time to get to it is something that Mary has prioritized, but it's still, she hasn't been able to get to all of it like she wants. So I think that the answer generally to your question is yes, we have talked about it, and we can continue to talk about it and look at what we can do. I'll also mention that Court Judge Graves is very aware of those issues too, and does everything she can to reduce fines where she can.
Yeah, and I wanted to say also, I really appreciate that. I know on the utilities side, that's also been an area that is impacted, but that it seems like that wouldn't be anything that would be decided on with this budget. It would be a future conversation. Okay.
It's a big question.
Okay, got it. Because, yeah, again, $40 fines, $100 fines, $200 fines, driver's license suspended. I can pay a $100 fine. I'm going to be okay. But the average, or, especially a person in a marginalized community, person that's frankly very poor, it is life-changing.
100%.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, in the city, just so you know, the city ran 2 years of amnesty programs to try and help people clear their.
Right.
And I know there's, in addition to the, what the state has done in terms of not being able to take away licenses, there's also been like clinics that the county runs to help people through
Yeah.
the clearing their record kind of thing. So there are tools out there.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and I bring it up because, a lot of times we talk about in the political landscape of society, if you remove all of these resources, it becomes a post-apocalyptic hell space that, is like the Book of Eli. And we have, seen 2 years of not reporting these people, and
It does sound like there are policies in place to deal with it.
Yeah,
So-
that we're not dying.
Can we break now?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's break
you.
until 12:20. And there's, I believe in the conference room over here, there's lunch for everyone.
All right, I think we're ready to start if you are.
So we're back and we're going to have Peter Passarelli, our Public Works Director.
Thank you. I'm Peter Passarelli. I'm the Public Works Director. Emma and Michael asked me to actually be brief and try to get us caught up. So are there any questions? Nice try. Well, so the Public Works Department, as you're well aware, we manage and operate our utilities here in the city, our water, our wastewater, stormwater systems. We also take care of our streets. So in what we'll talk about this afternoon a little bit is our budget with our Public Works Department itself, our administrative component, our facilities and fleet, and then we'll drive into the transportation fund and the other utilities, and then end with our a discussion about the system development charge fund. So next slide, please. So our Public Works Admin Fund, as I mentioned, manages our utilities here in the city. We also manage our climate program and our urban forest program. So over the last biennium, we've been pretty busy. We did a lot of work as it related to our tree code just prior to the adoption of this current budget that we're in. But over the last year, we've spent time putting together a new permitting system using GovBelt to streamline tree permits for people that are applying for permits. We've developed a lot of new urban outreach tree code material for the community to look at. We spent time last year in 22 and into 23 providing update to our climate action plan. Adam Moore, our Parks Development Coordinator, has spent quite a lot of time doing strategic engagement with the community, equity-based engagement on the 3 parks that we're developing. We awarded those contracts for those parks in February and have started construction. If you go out to Bowman Bray Park off of Lake Road, you can see the contractor hard at work there. They've already started grading and doing some of the initial utility work and installation of sidewalks and things of that nature. Also, we transitioned over to 100% carbon-free electricity for the city's facilities. PGE finally brought online their Packyway-Wit solar facility that we had subscribed to. And then we've hosted our Arbor Day and Earth Day events, both in 2022, 23, and this spring, our Earth Day event just a couple weeks ago. Coming up into the next biennium, we're looking at doing a similar process with our erosion control permits and implementing a new permitting system using GovBelt there for our erosion control permits. We're going to continue to work on this green tariff program that we've, I think, come to council several times over the last couple of years, and engaging with the community and putting together a design with PGE and the PUC. Continue to do work on that. We're going to be also developing a new GIS layer that helps us better capture our right-of-way information and easements that we have within the system. It's going to require some detailed research going down to the county recorder's office and digging into some of the old records that we have concerning easements and right-of-way. So we have a clear picture of what property interests we have as a utility in the city. We're going to complete the construction of Scott and Balfour Park and Bowman Bray Park by October, end of October. That's the timeline that we're on. It still looks very promising that we're going to get that done. We actually have had a delivery of the playground some playground equipment a few weeks ago. This upcoming week, we have some more playground equipment that's going to be delivered. We're storing that at our Johnson Creek Boulevard site. One of the other things I want to do is work with finance to update our impervious surface area data that we have for our stormwater system. We haven't had a complete change and audit of that, of the data that we have. We've done some work using GIS and LiDAR information, some satellite information to better identify impervious surface areas on commercial and industrial properties, and we've noticed some significant changes from what's in our current system. So we're going to work to update that and then have communications with those customers that are impacted by those changes.
I have a question. What does the increase in impervious surface area on private property, how does that affect the city's wastewater stuff?
It would be our stormwater system.
Stormwater.
Yeah, so we bill on.
We bill them for their impervious?
We bill them for commercial and industrial customers based on how many square feet of impervious surface area that they have on their property.
So if there's more, then there's likely to be more money.
Right, yeah. So what we want to do is recognize that properties have changed over the years since that data was first collected and update that information. So we're going to continue to work with PGE on their pole charging programs, EV pole charging programs, and also a curbside charging program that they've have wanted to do. Also, as it relates to some of the climate work that we're doing, I am anticipating we're going to start working on a energy disclosure program for multifamily and rental properties, similar to what we have for our home energy score. It will probably be modeled off of what Portland is also working on right now. They have you may have seen some information in the paper recently about that. But that was one of the components of the strategy that we had adopted in our Climate Action Plan 2018. Also looking at multifamily and rental properties to make sure that, tenants that move in have an idea of what their energy costs are going to be when they lease a property. Next slide. We had some minor adjustments to our Public Works Admin Fund with the completion of our parks in October. The position that we have, the Parks Development Coordinator position, ABS position, will become vacant at the end of the year, and that position will no longer be budgeted. One of the big items that we have in the upcoming budget are the construction costs associated with the construction of those 3 parks. So we have some costs associated with that. And then I've also have a vehicle that we're purchasing for our Public Works admin team. Any questions there?
Just one. Oh, sorry. Just so I know it looks like a huge disparity between the previous budget and then this year's, but that's because of the construction that's in progress, right? So
Yes.
in all actuality, your budget's actually decreasing slightly.
Yes,
But
by
it
about
is.
$20,000, by about $20,000, yes.
Thank you.
So these FTE here is this where the climate and sustainability job is included?
That does include our Climate and Natural Resource Manager position.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. And are we looking to fill that position?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, great.
We're working through a review of the job description right now.
Thank you.
Is the sustainability line item, is that where the climate program is held?
That's where the program dollars that we have are identified, yeah. And we generally have used those dollars for working with some of the nonprofits like Community Energy Project that help provide assistance with home energy score for low-income families, customers, and we also use it for some from just general outreach and program costs that we have there. Any other questions there? Next slide. Our facilities management. So this is probably the third or fourth time we've seen new City Hall renovation on the screen. We did spend a lot of time, our facilities team on City Hall. Actually, all of the things that weren't really captured in the large construction contract, our facilities team really picked up the ball and covered. And I think a few months ago, we came to council, and I think there was a discussion at the budget committee for a supplemental budget adjustment that we needed to do because of some of the costs associated with that work here to bring things on, heating systems, fire systems that we had, things that weren't actually captured in that overall construction budget because they were unknown at the time. We picked those up in our facilities budget, and Mike Harmon and Ed Moore, our two facilities technicians, they did a lot of work, whether it was, managing some small contracts that we had to do work, moving equipment, moving furniture. They spent a lot of time, and they did a fantastic job. We also have just wrapped up our remodel at our Johnson Creek campus, where we put in a new front desk, put in new carpeting, painting the walls. We put in new cubes over there. There's a couple minor tweaks here and there that we've got to do. But for the most part, the work at Johnson Creek has been done. There's the Milwaukie sign installation still needs to be put up on the wall. But for the most part, we've completed that. And the facilities team spent a lot of time working on that as well. We did also, over the last biennium, decommission the underground storage tanks, our diesel and gas storage tanks that we had at the facility. And we moved from for regular unleaded gas, we moved to using a Petrocard system. So we go to Pacific Pride to get gas. We do have an above ground diesel tank that we use. We have about just under 10 diesel vehicles in our fleet. So we do use that site to fuel diesel, but it's an above ground. The other tanks were leaking, or I shouldn't say leaking, but they were getting close to to the point where they could begin leaking. And we were having trouble getting insurance because of their age. They were, 25, 30 years old. We have in 2023, we continue to be part of the strategic energy management program that ETO, the Energy Trust of Oregon, manages, and being part of that program and looking to optimize our energy consumption in our buildings. In 2023, we did see a reduction in usage of 5% for electricity and about the same for natural gas. I think it originally looked like it said it's 49%, but it was actually about 4.9%. So we rounded it up to just about 5% there. We're not quite sure yet what that's going to look like this year. We have a much larger building footprint here. We continue to work with the Strategic Energy Management Program to optimize. One of the projects that we do have coming up in the biennium is updating the HVAC controls in this facility that will help us better control the energy that we use. We did also install 3 new public-facing EV chargers in the city, one at the library, one at our Johnson Creek campus, and one at the public safety building. Those are public-facing that the public can use, and there is a slight charge to that, a fee to that. We also did install a charger in the bottom of the building here for our fleet. And we anticipate some future charging installations over the next 5 years that we'll be doing as well. The big projects that we've identified in facilities over the next biennium is our solar project at JCB. We did get $375,000 from the state last year, so we're going through that project development. We'll have something at council, I think, on the 17th to talk about an alternative procurement method for that work. We do have some work at the bathrooms at JCB that we need to do to make them a little bit more ADA accessible. And then we have the HVAC control project that I had mentioned. Our facilities, next slide. Our facilities budget was a bit challenging in terms of trying to hold the line. We have seen increased costs in electricity from PGE. We have just changing our building footprint. We've seen increased costs in our janitorial and landscape costs that we have as well. So what we've had to do to try to reduce our overall costs is we've actually had to go back and take a look at some of the projects that we had identified in previous CIPs and look to see what were some of the projects that we could potentially hold off and defer until we have a better sense of where we land financially on our general fund. So that includes some work here at City Hall with the parking garage. There was a gate and fence that we were going to put up. I think the gate is up, but fencing around the fleet parking downstairs, we're going to hold off on doing right now. That does come with its pitfalls because sometimes we do get campers trying to get out of the weather. We are holding off on some of the carpeting work at the public safety building and the exterior painting. And the other big one was the Bertman House deconstruction project that we've deferred to 2027. We do anticipate getting the retrofit project at the public safety building completed probably by the end of this July. It's moving relatively quickly. I think they've finished most of the ceiling tile work that they needed to do to make sure, if there is a seismic event, that the ceiling system doesn't all come down collapsing all at once. So the next part, once they've got that done, they're going to start working on the walls and putting their fiber reinforced polymer connections to the walls and floors and ceilings. But hopefully we'll be done at the end of July with that work. Any questions?
Just quick side note, thank you very much for doing the explanation of significant changes. I really appreciate that. On page 105 of the meeting, that's really great. For the 65,000 of new replacement for new vehicles, how many vehicles is that?
That is that's our facility maintenance technician's vehicle.
Okay.
So it is
So it's one vehicle.
It's a pickup truck.
Okay.
So, we're looking at converting that from an internal combustion engine vehicle to an EV. So we've got some good pricing there.
Got it. And the old vehicle is how old?
The old vehicle's about, I want to say 9-10 years old, but
Okay.
it's right around that age.
So
yeah.
it's probably over 100,000 miles on it then.
Well, no, our vehicles don't get that
Okay.
quite that amount of miles on it because
Yeah.
it's short distance, but
Yeah.
we have these short distance miles that
Yeah.
tend to actually be a little bit harder than
Yeah.
some of the long distance miles do.
Yeah, I'm asking as this is a more frank question of if let's just say, there wasn't the funds for the new electric vehicle, would that vehicle last through the budget cycle of like the next biennium, or is it something that it really needs its upgrade?
It would more than likely last through the next budget cycle. But, you know, we do try to, and you'll hear this with, when Chief Burdick talks, I mean, we do try to replace our vehicles
Yeah.
on a cycle.
Yeah, okay.
And some, you know, we aren't always able to do that.
Yeah.
I have some vehicles in our fleet that are from 1994.
Yeah.
So I've got a 5-yard dump truck from
Wow.
1994.
Yeah.
And that needs replacing, that we actually have also in the budget for replacing, so.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The line item for property taxes, who do we pay property taxes to? Is that for a leased building or something, or what is that?
I'm going to defer to Michael on this, but I believe it is when we have property that we've leased. So in the past, we've leased the Burtman property. We had some property related to the city hall that was under lease.
We paid property tax on this when it was still under Advantis ownership, is that correct?
Okay.
And I'll defer to Michael on that one specifically, on that property tax, on what we have left there.
I just know city facilities are non-exempt from taxes. I'm not sure what, I know the Advantis is one, but I can look in to see what we're paying on property taxes for. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. You said that you were non-exempt?
We are exempt from taxes.
Exempt, generally, right? I mean, generally, local governments are, but that's why I'm just
Yes,
curious. But
yes.
if we lease, that's a different story. It's often
Correct.
built into the lease, but
And I also think one of the other properties that we own that's leased is the museum property, you know, the land, we lease that land there.
Okay.
So that's probably pay some property tax related to that.
There was something about a playhouse too down on Harrison or I'm forgetting the name of it. Yes.
So you guys are
yes.
going to research it and
We'll research it.
get back.
I just wanted to follow up David's question about cars with a process question. When we buy, I know Damien's very good about, you know, selling the older cars and at one point cleared out a bunch of older cars. When we sell a car and the proceeds of that get collected, where does that show up in this budget?
It actually shows up as, I think, a miscellaneous revenue depending on what fund purchased it.
Okay.
Or, yeah, so there's, you know, in some cases, we have vehicles that are shared purchases between like storm and wastewater. So when we sell that off, those
You split
proceeds
it.
get split.
So what you're saying is if it's in a different fund, there's a split between the general fund and that fund, or it goes back to that fund?
If it was purchased by a general fund, then it
It'll
would go
go to-
back to general fund. If it's purchased by one of the utility funds
It
or the
goes back to
building
the-
fund, it would go back to those funds.
Yeah, real quick, Peter, thank you for all this as well. Just so I have this squared away. So it's overall, the total materials and services, that's where the increase of 231 is coming from. But it looks like because of some grant funds we're getting towards some construction in progress, that's where the overall total looks lower. That's why, right? Because of those.
Well, I mean, I think our capital program
Right.
is lower because we've
The grants.
we've got a project in place right now. We did get grant funding from the state for the seismic retrofit, about $1.3 million. So we've spent some of that this fiscal year, and we're pushing some of that into next fiscal year. About, I want to say it's about 530,000 is what we forecasted will be spent.
Okay, so it's not just to anybody watching, which might be just one person, but because when you look at it, it looks like 4.9 to 4.4, it's a reduction, right? It's the budget decrease, but it's really not.
It is a budget decrease. Because this is a general funded department, we have chosen those 4 projects you see there that we're deferring. Those are capital projects that are on our CIP. We'd like to do them now, but because we need to preserve general funds, we're deferring those out of this biennium. So we are seeing an overall decrease in this budget
Of about 5.
so that we can preserve general funds for all the other things we have to spend general funds on.
Very helpful.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Next, our fleet, our fleet team, three mechanics. We have a lead mechanic and two mechanics. They take care of all of our fleet, our public works and police and general administrative vehicles that we have. Over the last year, we purchased 7 vehicles for the city fleet. We disposed of 2. We are in process of disposing some of the other vehicles. We just haven't got them online yet to sell. We've also reduced some of the equipment that we have at Public Works that we no longer use. Some of these are, it might be a trailer or some small equipment that we'll get rid of at auctions. We talked a little bit about what we do with those proceeds just a few minutes ago. We've continued to increase our EV purchases and replacing those internal combustion vehicles for sort of light duty and general administrative vehicles that we have. Currently, we have 5 Leafs that we've bought used. Those are all used vehicles that we've bought. And then we have some plug-in hybrid vehicles. The police department has one, our water division and Public Works has one. And the City Hall has one of those as well. Our police department has one of the Ford Mustang Mach-E vehicles that we bought used as well, a Tesla, and then we also have 2 Ford Lightnings in our Public Works department, one that our storm and sanitary supervisor uses, and one that our fleet team has as well.
Peter, do you anticipate that with the shift to EV vehicles, that the replacement schedule time will lengthen?
I don't know the answer to that yet, but the one thing that we do see is we do see less maintenance requirements for those vehicles. So they certainly they're not in the shop as much to.
Okay.
We don't have those. We don't have to change oil. They just they don't have a lot of as many moving parts as an internal combustion engine has, right? And they're much more efficient in terms of how they use the energy. So,
thank you.
Yeah, just on the vehicles, I always had this question too. A Ford Mustang Mach-E isn't really cheap. Neither is a Tesla. Why did we pick those 2 expensive vehicles? Why didn't we go with like more Leafs or a Chevy Bolt or something that was a little less expensive? Because Teslas are pretty pricey to maintain too. So why did we go with the higher end electric vehicles as opposed to going with something more?
Well, the Mach-E we did buy it used, so it wasn't a brand new vehicle. I don't know what the price was at the time, but we did I think we got a good value for it. The Tesla, that was I guess really more of a test of to see if it worked well for police departments. So the former Chief Strait used the Tesla.
I mean, he wasn't chasing anyone down in it, was he? It's not
Well,
like a cop car.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. We did get it was a Model 3, so they're not as expensive as some of the other police vehicles that we buy. So I mean, they're within that range. The Lightnings, the Ford Lightnings that we've purchased for our
Those make sense.
for our fleet, they've worked well.
Because we use the trucks a lot for maintenance and services. I just was curious because, it's really, those are, even a used Mustang and a used Tesla is still a lot. I bought a used Bolt for 20 grand, right? I mean, you're not going to find a used Tesla or a Mustang for that. I just think that might help with.
And we also,
budget.
we also look at how we're going to use that vehicle. So, the Leafs that we've bought, the used Leafs that we bought have been, anywhere from $10,000 to $17,000 when we bought them. And, you know, we've had them in service. The oldest one we've had for probably 7 years now, still runs well. It's perfect for what we use for sort of that general administrative purpose to drive around town. You know, the Milwaukie and the Tesla were a little bit different. There was a different purpose for those.
Well, even with gas cars, I mean, don't we buy more powerful engines and stuff for the police than we buy for?
We do. I mean, the Tesla, the Tesla that was purchased, and I think we got it about 2 years ago, the cost was probably lower than what we bought for one of the regular police vehicles that when it's fully outfitted.
But I'm just curious, like, why a Tesla? Like, why? I mean, when you see it, like, what was the purpose? Just so that they could look good driving it? No, I know, but what was the reason we gave the chief of police a Tesla?
I wasn't here when it was purchased. What I've been told though is the EV market has exploded in the last few years. When we were first turning over our fleet, including our police vehicles, there were not a lot of options. There were Teslas and there were, as you said, leaves and bolts. And I think in this case, as Peter said, the choice to do the Tesla was to see if that would be an optimal option for a police vehicle. The EV market looks entirely different than, I don't know when that vehicle was purchased. It might have been 2 or 3 years ago. But so I think you're absolutely right, Councilor, going forward, we would make the most economical decision that also, you know, matches the needs of the fleet.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And you know, part of what we're doing too is we're evaluating how different vehicles work, right? So if we're converting from these internal combustion engines to EVs, you know, some EVs perform better than others, right?
Right.
And
Yeah, of
so
course.
we're trying to evaluate those sorts of things.
I did
Yes,
have a
Mayor.
question while you're on vehicles, and this goes to your performance measure chart on page 110. So it has hybrid miles used, and then it has PHEV. Is that plug-in electric hybrid?
That's plug-in hybrid.
Okay, so you're distinguishing between the two, between non-plug-in, okay. Then I guess the other question is, there's not one for just gas cars. And it would be nice to have that added as a, you know, in future years. I don't think it has to be done for this budget cycle, but it would be nice to have that added as a thing we're tracking over the years, as to see how that goes down or whatever. You have the diesel, so presumably adding the gas wouldn't be that much harder. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, one more question really quick. We mentioned a bunch of times about we're testing out these cars to see if they work. I'm sorry I'm asking another vibe-based question here, but are they?
For the ones that we've used, and I'll respond on the Leafs, the Pacificas, and the Lightnings, you know, and I think the Milwaukee is working fine for the purpose. I think Glenn Glenn uses that, but I think those have all worked well. I can't specifically speak for how the Tesla, what the police feel like the Tesla's done, but yes, they've been great.
Okay, it would be, since these are already purchased and like that, you know, sunk cost for lack of a better word, it would be really helpful for next biennium cycle or at some point in a check-in to have some more figures and vibes related to how the, you know, Tesla, Milwaukee, and all of these other vehicles are going, because it's not nothing. Yeah. So thank you.
Moving into the next biennium, we do have five more EVs that we're planning to purchase. There's 2 for our building department, 1 for our public works department, another vehicle for our water and street supervisor. We're going to replace that vehicle. And then there's one more. I can't think of it right now, but it might come to mind in a second here.
We've got about 130 vehicles that you maintain. Do you have a breakdown of who those those vehicles are for?
Yes. Not with me though, but I would say it's probably, you know, 45% are public works, the other 45% are the police, and then there's about 10% of them are sort of the general fund vehicles that they use.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe that could be added to one of the performance measures so that it would be common knowledge as we look at this stuff.
Oh, sorry.
Our fleet budget, we tried hard to keep it flat. We do have some increases though for fuel. It's hard to budget for fuel because it's often variable and on sort of depends on what's going on in the fuel market. But we've generally seen the trend for fuel to be growing. The cost is growing. And, our supplies that we buy for some of our repairs for our internal combustion vehicles, those things tend to be costly and increase, and tires are expensive as well. So that's sort of the general cost that we have.
I'm confused. You said there's 5, you're intending to buy 5 vehicles in the next biennium, but there's only $12,000 showing?
Those capital
Those come
expenses.
those will come out of other.
Oh, out of other
Out of their
budgets.
budgets.
Okay.
Yeah.
But our fleet shop gets to maintain all of them.
Oh, yeah, the other EV was the facilities vehicle, so those were the 5. Facilities, Public Works, 2 for building, and the water street supervisor vehicle. Transportation fund. So the transportation fund is the overarching fund that includes both our state gas tax, and our SAFE and SSMP programs. Joseph, earlier this morning, talked a little bit about the engineering department and some of the projects that they had worked on. So he covered some of those, but there's a couple other things that I did want to mention. In this program, the larger accomplishments were our slurry seal project that we did last summer, 6.2 miles of slurry seal. There was another mile worth of grind and inlay projects that the engineering team put together, and we went out and got that work done. They did begin the work on Washington Street. That's currently ongoing, and I think will get completed this upcoming biennium. Internally, we spent a lot of time on fixing some drainage issues along roads. So we often will go in and regrade the gravel shoulders that are along the street, the paved surface, and also sometimes put down berms to prevent water runoff, surface runoff from going into driveways or into property. So we spend a lot of time doing that. The team, our internal team, our street team, also they spend a lot of time going out there and doing some pavement patching projects related to utility cuts or areas where we have pavement failures that we don't have forecasted for future projects. So they'll go out there and fix those. And then they spend a lot of time preparing for the slurry seal work that we do by going out and doing crack sealing as well. And then, of course, they always respond to those winter weather events that we have. And, this last one in January was an extended one, and we spent a lot of time out on the streets using the limited equipment that we had to maintain the streets the best that we could. We did recently receive our new 5-yard dump truck. It's got a new plow. It's not a 1994 vehicle anymore. It's a 2024, but it took us about 2 years to get that vehicle from when we ordered it. We ordered it right about, I want to say like June of 22, and we received it at the beginning of April. So it took a long time. But that will, it's got a heated bed, so the sand and gravel that we keep in the, in that dump when we're driving around to treat the roads won't freeze up, and we won't have problems with that. So it's a nice piece of equipment that we have. We have another one that that's in the budget to purchase coming up. In terms of the upcoming projects, Joseph also mentioned these before, but just to reiterate, we have the Ardmore North project, Harvey and King Road integrated projects. Those are pretty big projects. Ardenwald also has some, water or wastewater funding associated with that we're using ARPA dollars on. So that's a project that's really sort of important that that gets moving along and gets out there. And then we have forecast or budgeted additional dollars for our residential road street projects that we're doing, inlay, grind and inlay projects. I think engineering will be bringing a contract for council approval here shortly for the project that they just got bids back. And my understanding, they got some really great pricing for that next project coming up. Next slide. As you recall, we talked about this a few months ago. We did increase the SAFE and SSMP rates by 5.64%. Those were based off of the 5-year Seattle Construction Cost Index. The one thing that I did want to mention, we had a little bit of a discussion earlier this morning about the SAFE program and the bond dollars. I think there was a discussion about we'd used about 87% of the funding on the first tranche, and we've got the second tranche. With the larger projects that engineering has forecasted that they're going to complete, the King Road and the Harvey projects, what we're seeing with those, the Washington Street project that's getting complete, what we're going to see is in the upcoming, not this biennium, but the upcoming budget, we're going to be running out of funding for SAFE projects. So we're not anticipating the need for any new bonds in this biennium, but there may be that discussion in the upcoming budgets. But one of the things that we did note, looking at our costs, the funds that we have available, and I guess the team, the projects that they're working on in engineering, that the Locust Street project was going to need to be deferred to a later biennium. So that was one of the big things that I wanted to mention here. You want to go to the next one? I think there's a couple more, another slide for streets here. I already mentioned this, but the Safe Capital program will probably end without additional financing in subsequent budgets. So, most of the funding that we get with Safe currently goes for debt service and transfers to the general fund to support the engineering team on the work that they're doing with SAFE. So without additional growth on the SAFE fee itself, to fund capital and SAFE would require another bond in upcoming budget years. So any questions there?
Couple of questions. So I'm looking at let me make sure I'm on the right page. Transportation, okay, good. The expenditure total. So I'm looking at the proposed total for this biennium, 37.5 million. Is that correct? Proposed total expenditures or expenditure total?
Yes.
And the fund total resource is 44.5, so you have unappropriated ending balance 6.9.
Yes.
Now, looking at the policy requirements, we have 3.9 reserved for debt service. Put aside for debt service, is that correct? And then the policy requirement of 17% is that extra 1.2. Am I following that right?
Yep.
So total 36.2.
So those, and that remaining fund balance is associated with some of the debt that the debt proceeds that the city took out, proceeds from that debt that will be allocated to future projects.
And I don't want to misspeak, but I think Councilor Crosser-Rabati, you are correct that we need to have in our reserves the almost 4 million for debt service and the 1.2 for the policy requirement. That 36 at the bottom, that's amount over, I believe is a formula error. I think the ending fund balance at the end of this biennium for the transportation fund will be 6.9. It'll be that ending, unappropriated ending fund balance. So that's a clerical error that we need to change in that final column.
Okay.
But the story, and it's kind of what Peter was just saying, is that we are, the safe fund will be largely depleted by the end of this biennium. And we'll need to discuss, thunder. We'll need to discuss over the next biennium with council what the future of that program is.
So I appreciate that actually very much. So the total is 44.5. There's going to be 6.9 left over. That's after everything's accounted for.
Yes.
Oh, it's page 151. I'm at the expenditure totals for the transportation fund.
The part in gray.
So that's including, so that 44.8 includes the 37.5, the 3.9, and the 1.2. After that's all, like if that was to be taken out, there'd be 6.9 left after that, correct?
At the end of this,
What we are projecting is at the end of this biennium, we will have 6.9 million left in this fund. So, yes, that includes the reserves.
So does that just get rolled over to the next biennium?
It does.
well, and it's used,
It'd be the starting balance for the first year of the next biennium. So without, an additional tranche of debt funding, for example, or rate increases that change the revenue progressions, rather than, so this biennium, our starting fund balance, we project to be about 25 million. We would be at less than a third of that.
Thank you.
next slide. The water fund. Some big things going on here in the water. So we did wrap up our construction on our new well number 2 early on in this current biennium with the decommissioning of the old well. That was sort of the last part of that work that needed to be done. So that got done in the summer of 22 into the fall of 22, that decommissioning of the old well. We have also done some work at our lava pump station, which is back behind the MODA building, that provides pressure and volume to the apartments that we have and the Waverly subdivision back there. We updated those control systems, put in some things to help us save energy costs. And then we also did something similar to our well number 7. And I think, I've got it up here, our
Peter,
water SCADA.
Does the city of Milwaukee provide water to Waverly? I thought Waverly
The
was
subdivision, but not the country club.
Oh, I thought that was in the city of Portland, that Waverly was in the city of Portland.
Country club is not that far.
Oh,
Yes, we provide water to that subdivision up there and the apartments up on the hill. The other big thing is I think by the end of this biennium, we'll be completed with our SCADA project. Next week, we're supposed to do the cutover at our lower treatment plant. We've done some of the cutovers on some of the other water infrastructure already. This will be the first treatment plant that we're doing. So that's planned for next week. So keeping our fingers crossed, we should be done with, have everything actually cut over by the end of this month. The treatment plant should be cut over. And then the last remaining piece will be some work at that lava pump station that they'll do that cut over on that. The big projects that we have in the upcoming biennium, we did award our Stanley Reservoir project earlier this year. The work on that will start actually this summer with exterior painting. We'll leave the tank online while they're painting the exterior. And then in the fall, we will drain the tank and they'll do the work that they need to do inside, along with the putting in the mixing system and recoating the interior. Once that's done, we have our concrete reservoir that that we need to rehabilitate, so we need to remove, there's a liner inside that tank that we're gonna replace. There's some seismic retrofits that we need to do to that. The concrete reservoirs at our 40th and Harvey site, that's a project that we have. I think we've got $850,000 in the budget for that work to do. We're currently working on doing a lead service line inventory in our water system to identify where lead service lines may exist. If you live here in town, you should get something in the mail in the next week or so to do a survey that will help us better identify the material that you have on your service line.
Has that started already? I asked because in the last week I've had blue lines painted in front of my house.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Not yet, but you'll be getting a survey from, we're working with 120 Water, which is a consultant that is involved in helping communities do lead service line inventories. They're going to send out a survey for customers to take that will help us identify the material related to their service lines going into the house. By the end of October, we have to have that inventory completed and sent into the state. And it's sort of like a living document, the inventory. It's a bit of a challenge because most of the infrastructure that we're trying to do the inventory on is underground. So we're trying to get as much information that we can to provide the best picture that we can provide there. So we've got that project going on. We're going to begin working on the planning and some of the initial design work for our treatment plant upgrades that we'll be doing. We've got a lot of funding budgeted for that in the upcoming budget. Working with engineering and a consultant team to do that work. Part of that work will probably involve what we're going to do with PFAS. And, I had a discussion with council, I think it was in March, late March. We have detected the presence of PFAS in the water. We have some monitoring that we're going to continue to do over the next couple of years to see what that means. And, if it's determined that we are out of compliance, then we will treat. Right now, we're working with this idea in the mind that we're probably going to need to treat for PFAS, and there'll be like a 5-year compliance schedule. So I think it's by 2029, if you need to be in compliance with PFAS, we'll have to have treatment in place to do that.
Sorry, what was PFAS again?
PFAS is, it is per and poly.
Water bottles.
Yeah. It's a not good chemical that is pretty much ubiquitous in the environment now.
So does the treatment technology exist?
The treatment technology does exist. There's a couple different methods to do that. It's, ion exchange, using granular activated carbon or reverse osmosis. They're all not cheap treatment techniques. So, one of the things we want to do is really take a look at what does the water look like and have some additional detailed monitoring to see if it's something that's going to be problematic. So.
I would encourage anyone who's interested to watch the work session from March, because Peter did a really good presentation and broke it down, because there's subclasses of PFAS, and we were doing great on some of them, but there were some that were beyond limits. And this is an area where the federal government has just issued new regs on this. And I appreciate Peter getting ahead of the game and sussing this out. But I think I would recommend watching that for anybody who's interested in that. And watching the movie called Dark Waters, if you want to know how bad PFAS is.
Yeah, in fact, the new regulations were just adopted like April 10th for drinking water. And then I think the following week, I think on the 19th, PFAS was actually put on the sort of the federal regulated contaminant list, the CERCLA listing that makes people that have polluted, have the polluters have to remediate or clean up. So there's work that we're doing here. We're going to be focusing on that to make sure that we're taking care of those.
I just wanted to interrupt to do a quick time check. We have about 7 more minutes that we're hoping to get through this on, so just to keep us on task.
Doing great, Peter.
Okay. We've got some system storage work that we're doing as well. Our water system plan identified the need for a future reservoir. So we're going to be doing some work on that. And then we're looking at bringing our well 8 back online by doing some mechanical and chemical cleaning. Next slide. In terms of priorities and trade-offs, I wanted to mention, we recommended an increase in terms of our total revenues by 3% for water. And what we did through the rate design is we limited those impacts to, our residential customers to about, it was a little under 2% when you look at it for that, on the water side. By making some adjustments to fixed customer charges for our larger customers. The other thing that's sort of driving some of the cost here, I already mentioned some of the lead inventory work that we have to do. The city will be, if we do identify lead services, the city will have that requirement to replace those. So that's not just the section that the city maintains from the main to the meter box, but it would be the service line going into the house. So if we do identify that, the city is required now to replace that. That's part of the
City's required to replace the owner's side also?
The property owner's side, yeah. And that's a requirement of the revised lead rule. So we've budgeted some costs in our CIP to cover that. There's also some additional monitoring that we'll do for childcare in schools that we have to do as well. We also have budgeted a new water operator position for that production and treatment side. It's one of the areas in really the department where we don't have a lot of resiliency. So if somebody's out or sick, I don't have a lot of backup to maintain our system that's getting old. On the treatment plants haven't had any major updates in 30 years. We just don't have a lot of redundancy there.
That's a technical position.
It's a technical position, yes. And it's one that I'd been advocating for probably about 7 years and finally got it. Are there any questions?
One really quick, hopefully really quick question. Technical question for, there's a new school coming at Campbell Elementary. Is that something that's being, like the water's being tested because it's been in more of an administrative use for the last few years? I ask this from a biased perspective because my wife's a teacher and sometimes schools' water gets tested. I don't know how, but every school she's been in has had issues with water. I'm just curious if there's been anything in the works for that.
Well, certainly the school can reach out to us if they want to get the water tested.
Okay.
We don't anticipate that there should be any concerns,
Okay.
so.
Okay. I was just curious because I think it's like been out of use for school for like 10 years or so. So.
But it's been a building that's been in use and it's
Yeah,
been
okay.
using water, so
Okay.
it should be fine. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
My question kind of goes similar to the previous one that I had about the fund. So now looking down here, the policy requirements, right? Contingency and ending fund balance above is 2.78 million. Policy requirement of 50% is 1.97 million. This is on page 161 of the water fund. So the amount over policy requirement is 819,000. So that's like a savings account for the savings account for the checking account, right?
Well,
So if we have that 819, my question is, how can we access those funds, especially in a tight budget year? How can we put that either back into the water fund or excuse me, to the ratepayers? Can that be used for other issues that we might be struggling or other shortcomings we can fill? Because it's not just that one. When you look at the other ones, you got a couple millions of dollars over our contingency and over our policy requirements. So
Yeah.
how do we access those funds to either give it back to ratepayers or use it for other budget shortfalls?
Well, so a couple things. So I did want to talk about sort of the policy reserves for utilities, right? So, we have on the water side, a policy reserve and of 50%, right? The recommendation from the rate consultant that we hired to do a cost of service study back in 2019 actually recommended that the policy reserve be higher than the 50%. And there's some reasons for that. So the policy reserved, you want to make sure that as a utility, especially as a water utility, which sees seasonal shifts in demand. So, summertime you see more water used than you do in the winter, right? So you want to make sure that you have the sort of the working capital to pay your bills, right? So there's a part of that policy reserve, you're saying, we have to have this much money on hand to make sure that we can pay our bills, we can pay the people that work. We want to make sure that we have money on hand if you have some sort of catastrophic failure. If somebody drives into the treatment plant at next to the police station, I'm not going to get an insurance check right away
Yeah.
to do something. I want to make sure I got money to go out and hire somebody to
Right.
do work, right?
Isn't that what the requirement is for?
Well,
So now that we're over the requirement, that, like I said, it's like a savings for a checking that doesn't have enough money.
the other thing, so there's that. The other part of it is, it's also how we fund some of our future capital projects. The city has been a pay-as-you-go, right? On our utility projects or on our utility funds, and hasn't generally used financing tools to fund large projects. So we've kept money there to pay for projects that we have in place. The other thing that we've done, and I think when you look at the recommendations that we made for, the water, wastewater, and storm funds, we didn't increase the funds. So we've also used those reserves to sort of stabilize increases. So we're not having big swings and saying, hey, I've got a $5 million project. I need to come in and raise the rates right now to get that 5 million. So we've been able to actually hold off on some increases by using some of the funds that we've accumulated, right? That have been accumulated. our systems, especially the water one, I'd mentioned, it's, 30 plus years, our treatment plants, they're old. So $819,000 above your policy reserves is not much, $2 million. I can't build the treatment, the reservoir, to paint that is $2.7 million. So that's
Well-
not a lot of money.
Right, but if you look back historically, I mean, you see that it wasn't always 800,000. At some point, you had 4.9 million, right? So it's not always going to be that low. And what I'm saying is like, these aren't mandated numbers. These are arbitrary numbers that we create policy over based on studies, right? It's not like a state mandated requirement. But if we already have a policy in place for reserves and there's no policy in place for the overage of reserves, then it's just money just sitting there. I mean, shouldn't we have a policy in place for that? If we need that money there, then let's increase it from 50 to 65. But to just have that money sit there for years, because at one point for like 7 years, we had way more money than we needed in this fund. Nothing was going forward. So at some point it becomes like, especially in a budget crunch, if we can manipulate those numbers, then why wouldn't we? It's a tighter year now, so let's reduce how much we are saving, or if we have overages, let's put that towards something else. In a gluttonous year, then we can adjust that and say, hey, let's just keep our pockets fat.
Well, I guess the one thing that I would say, so, these are proprietary funds, so you can't generally use water to pay for.
Right, and I'm not saying that,
police,
but
right?
we can use that to give to the ratepayers. I mean, that can go, we can find, just like what Joseph was saying earlier, learning how to leverage those funds within those means. I mean, we still have leverage, right? And there's no policy that accounts for that extra money. It just
Well,
sits there.
And some utilities, some communities have, they'll have that minimum reserve policy, and they'll also have a maximum reserve policy. So maybe that's something that the council could consider in the future, a maximum reserve policy. So, if you're reaching this maximum, what do you do? So.
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful if we could get, not today, but maybe in one of the quarterly meetings, some analysis about the risk management elements that drive this. Because at least with utility rates, you can't keep them really low and then have an emergency and jump them up by 10% to cover your emergency. What you're trying to do is smooth your histories. And I think that, that the management of the city today is clearly paying more attention to doing that. And the fact that the reserves have gone down is evidence of that. So I think having some ways to think about that would be helpful for us. That's just my
We can
comment.
definitely bring that back to a quarterly budget meeting. I think that'd be a great topic to dive in deeper. For this specific budget, Counselor, one thing I would say, I hear you, that there's that 816 sitting there at the end. Why aren't
That's
we
just in this
spending that?
fund. There's also more in other funds.
And part of the honest answer is we have built a CIP based on what we have the capacity to deliver. So we could have built a CIP where I programmed every dollar of that 816. But it wouldn't be a realistic CIP for what we have the ability to deliver right now. So I hear your bigger question of, should we be setting those maximum sort of fund balance policies? And I think that's something we can explore. But I just wanted to answer the question. For the reason we didn't allocate that across projects right now is because we put the projects in that we are realistically able to deliver in the next 2 years.
Yeah, and I appreciate, I'm just saying that it's not just projects. That money can go back, again, back to ratepayers. It doesn't have to go to, but just having funds sit there, I just feel like over what we've already put a policy in place to have. We're filling all of our policies. This just feels like either we need to put a policy in place for that, or we need to do something with those funds. I just feel like it's a disservice to the people when you have all this money sitting there and we're talking about budget crunches and increasing cost of living, but there's money sitting right there.
Well, I think, if I could add, I think the other part of it too is if you look at the 5-year forecast for the utilities, if you look at the water and the wastewater utilities, if we are successful in executing what we say, 75% of what we're saying is in our capital program, we won't have the money, and you're going to see the fund balances in some cases be negative. So
Mayor, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I think that, I appreciate the idea that you've put forward what you can deliver. And I think that we know there's some big hits coming in water fund, right? We know there's all the treatment plant upgrades, the PFAS, there's the building a new reservoir. You know, we have a lot of things coming that we will be having capital improvement plans. And if we were to just look at this 2-year bite out of all of that 5 or however many years of work it's going to be, and say, oh, well, we've got this extra, we'll give it back to the ratepayers. Then when we come 2 years down, we have to hit the ratepayers really hard to build it back up, to build those projects, because, you know, there's just a lot of projects in the pipeline and they're not all able to be delivered in 2 years.
I was thinking, well, then what's the point of having a policy requirement if you're just gonna ignore that anyways and use all the money, then increase that, you know what I mean? We have a policy requirement for that in case those happens. That's why you have 50% reserve for that. But if you have 50% reserve and then on top of that, you have another million on top of your reserves. See what I'm saying? It's like you're stacking money for. That's
Yeah,
what
except
reserve
the
is for.
policy requirement is not just capital, right? It's also operational expenses. Am I
That's what I'm
am I
saying.
right about
That's
that?
supposed to cover it. It's not like you have this reserve and you also have a second reserve. Like the reserve is supposed to do, that's why it's called a reserve. It's supposed to take care of all those things, but you have a reserve for a reserve. That's what I'm saying.
And I think that's partly why Peter was saying that the rate experts that he talked to said you might want to have a higher reserve. Because I think in the case of
Policy issue.
if we started every year with a fund balance that was just at that 50% reserve level, we could go along okay until something big happens, something catastrophic goes down, and then we use up that whole reserve and we default. So or we have to go out for debt. And so I think again, a broader conversation about our reserve levels, whether they need to increase, whether we need to set a maximum, is something we can explore. And it sounds like there are folks giving us some recommendations to increase the reserve level. But I take your point, and it's something we can discuss more, but probably at another date.
Move on, yep. Wastewater, I'll try to be brief here. You know, we have spent a lot of time making sure that the system's functioning. You know, our team generally goes through about a quarter of the system over the biennium in terms of cleaning it and inspecting it. So it's so, you know, every 8 years we've gone through the entire system and we've made sure that it's cleaning and identified where there's defects or problems in the system. And then we use that information to help us develop, you know, future capital projects or repairs. You know, one of the things that we started doing this past biennium is using some trenchless technology to actually go in and repair defects in pipes. You know, in the past, it was really common to have to go in and dig and make a big excavation and, you know, have to have somebody, you know, shore up the sides of the excavation. Now we have tools that we can use that are trenchless, and you can send a sleeve down the pipe and inflate that sleeve and cure the epoxy coating on it and provide new structural integrity to pipes. So we've been working with that over the last biennium and have done 4 this year. You know, the big projects that we have coming up, the Waverly Heights project, that's a project that we're also getting funding from WES. About 30% of that project will come from WES as a grant. The Ardenwald North project is another one. We have some ARPA dollars associated with that project that we need to get spent. And then there's about another $1 million, I think $1.5 million sewer lining project that we're going to be doing as well in the next biennium using, generally, that's a trenchless technology as well. It's sort of general, instead of just point repairs in pipes, it's lining from manhole to manhole. So we'll be doing that as well. Next slide. I did want to mention, you know, we did do some revenue neutral adjustments on the wastewater rate that, you know, if you're a average residential customer, you actually see you should see a small decrease, you know, about 62 cents or so. We do have some ARPA funds that we need to spend on that Ardenwald North project. Those need to be obligated with a contract by the end of this calendar year. The big I&I grant I already mentioned with Wes, we'll get that for Waverly Heights, but also the Leiningen project. And then I did want to mention the treatment costs that we pay to Wes. That's stayed flat. There are no increases for our wholesale rate to Wes, so that's reflected in our costs back to.
Did we just get a letter this week from Wes about some kind of an increase?
Well, I think the letter, the letter said that Milwaukee's wholesale rate wasn't increasing, but overall, their rates were increasing, but for Milwaukie specifically, they weren't increasing because of some of the debt that's coming off of the books from them that Milwaukie was paying for. Any questions? All right. Stormwater. The big thing I wanted to mention here is the last year was a sort of a big update. The last 2 years were really sort of a big update in the regulatory environment for stormwater. We got a new stormwater permit, NPDES permit for stormwater that required us to make some updates to our stormwater management program that we have. That required us to put on some an online reference library onto our website for people to review and basically for the DEQ to take a look at. So they had a reference place to go to. We did begin the process in this biennium to update our stormwater system plan, and the Meek Street project was also kicked off as well. Excellent. For this upcoming biennium, what we want to do is complete that stormwater system plan, complete the Meek Street project. We have a downtown curb and tree well project that we've been talking about that's, I think, pretty close to going out for construction now that engineering's working on. We do have perhaps some changes in the regulatory environment, again, related to our total maximum daily load, that TMDL regulations. There's some contemplation and some discussion about regulating litter and garbage along the riparian corridors that will impact us since we have, the Willamette and Kellogg and Johnson Creek going through the city. We'll also have to do an update.
Peter, are those regulatory changes, at what level are they at? Are they state?
They're at the state right now, yes. Okay. But they are as a result of the state working with the EPA to determine what's a problem in the water.
So it would start just with monitoring?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
We'll evaluate that and see what comes into play there. But there's been some discussion about that. And we will need to make some updates to our erosion control code based off of our latest permit that we have.
Just a clarifying question. This downtown curb and tree well project is one block of downtown that Steve Adams kind of
Yes.
drew the plans for. And that's different from the thing that Joseph presented in the MRC CAC, the other block, that's a different block that's
Yes.
getting a different treatment. Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understood that.
Next slide. No rate increase on stormwater. We do have a lot of I did want to mention there's a lot of effort that goes into the regulatory compliance work that we do. So I have an environmental service coordinator, Riley Gill, that makes sure that we're meeting the requirements of our stormwater permit. There's a lot of reporting that requires, collaboration with the different departments in the city to get information from planning, from engineering, from building. There's, we have an erosion control program. So during construction, we have to go out and inspect and make sure that people are meeting the requirements of the erosion control permits, to make sure that sediments and construction debris aren't running into our waterways. So there's quite an effort there that we spend, and there's also monitoring, sampling that we have to do at different outfalls for a broad spectrum of contaminants, everything from, pesticides and herbicides to, ammonia and things of that nature. We do have our urban forest, some of our urban forest program is within our stormwater fund. So we do budget for our Friends of Trees and our Arbor Day events here. We have some funding in there. And then we have some really big capital expenditures. There's the Meek Street project that's in here as well. But King Road, I think we're anticipating about $2 million worth of stormwater work that needs to be done there. And then the other integrated projects that we've talked about, Harvey, Ardenwald North, all have stormwater work as well. This is probably one of those funds that if you've tracked over years, it seems like the fund balance is probably bigger than it should have been. Part of it had to do with that Meek project and some of the obstacles that we ran into getting that constructed, getting the rail permits from the railroad, and getting the properties that we needed to do that. But so I think you're going to see that the numbers there start to go down on that fund balance there as well. Any questions there?
Yeah, one quick question. I don't know if it's quick, hopefully quick. This might be for Michael, I'm not 100% sure. So the bad debt line, I'm guessing because there's on page 169, there's 25K a year in this one, 30K in wastewater, 30K in regular water. That's 85K a year on bad debt. Is that calling collections on people? And I know those numbers were really high. I know we had the period during COVID where we stopped or we weren't calling collections on people during that time. And I know it bounced back up again once, COVID was kind of declared over. So we're looking at about 85K a year for collections for these. Number one, I've asked this question before, I'll ask it again just to make sure that every resource is taken to avoid calling collections on people. And then part two is, are we expecting the revenue brought back in from those to be well above the 85K?
I can talk to a little bit of this when I come to the finance piece, but we're back to pre-COVID levels of plus 90-day balances. We do have reserves for them, and we hope that they're adequate.
If I could add too, so that's an expense. So that's revenue that we're saying that we are writing off, the unpaid bills. So generally,
I see.
It's not bringing in, it's.
So generally the collections that we get are significantly lower than that.
Correct.
So that's
So this is the net number, is that what?
that's sort of like the projected expense for, and it's often, it doesn't often reach that level, but it's there as an expense.
Okay, so there's not, how do I say this? There's 85K a year is not being sent to a debt collection company.
No.
Okay, I understand.
85 that we
write
are
off.
projecting we're not going to get.
Got it. Okay, so that would explain the spike in 21 and 22. Okay, I understand then. Thank you.
Great question.
System development charges. So I think the major accomplishments here is we kicked off our stormwater system plan as well as the transportation system plan that we're working on. And then we just recently updated our water SDC methodology and adopted new SDC rates. For the upcoming biennium, want to complete the stormwater system plan, get the TSP completed. And then with both of those, we'll want to go through and update those SDC methodologies based off of the plans, what the plans project in terms of future capital requirements there. Next slide. I think in terms of expenses, what we see here are the rate studies that I've identified in terms of the material and service cost. So there's one for transportation and one for stormwater. And then the capital outlays include some work in the downtown, some downtown public area improvements, Waverly Heights, the Waverly Heights sewer project we're going to use some SDCs on. And then I think there's some costs associated with the TSP as well and stormwater system plans. So any questions there? And the SDCs are revenues associated with development. So there's cost. It's for that to connect to our system basically and pay for the impact that the new development has on our utility systems and streets.
Just a timing question. Like we raised the SDC on water, as you mentioned. And we also, I think, graded it based on size of the dwelling unit or whatever. But does the SDC cost kick in at the time of permits, at the time of, or just when they're going to pay it? Because I know some pay it at permit issuance and some pay it at occupancy. Who pays the new higher SDC, I guess? What's the trigger point?
I was really hoping Joseph would still be in the room. Here's my pitch. We were going to propose a 5-minute break where I can go find Joseph, find the answer to that question, and then that can be kind of our last bit on Peter's section before we turn.
I mean, it's not important to the budget. It's something I'd like to know, but
we'll follow
it's
up
not
on that,
important to the
Mayor.
budget. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we made some adjustments over the last biennium on when we were having people pay that.
SDCs.
Right.
The SDCs, and I think we had deferred payment for a while. But now I think we've gone back to it's at
At the time of permitting.
Yeah, okay, great.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. We all think we all deserve a 5-minute stretch bathroom, get a drink break.
Before we go.
Yes.
I will probably be more than 5 minutes because there's a press conference happening out here at 2:00. And I thought people might be interested in knowing generally what it's about. The Street Trust, which is a group that deals with sort of complete streets and also alternate forms of transportation, is launching a program where they are in partnership with PGE, where they are giving away e-bikes, and 25 residents of Milwaukie were selected to participate in this program and are receiving their e-bikes today. 5 of those are cargo e-bikes. And so they're having like a training orientation, and they're having a press event, and then they're having a bike ride. And so I just thought people might want to run down there on their break.
Yes, that's a great point. And
People have time to be back.
5
after.
You want to do 5 after?
Yeah, 5 after.
But Joseph's going to speak. So we'll come back here at 5 after. I did before, just really quick before we adjourn, because hybrid meetings are tough. I wanted to mention Counselor Stavengerd had put in a comment around our reserves discussion. I think, again, we'll discuss this more at an upcoming budget committee meeting, but she just wrote adequate reserves also have an impact on our bond rating, which means we can bond and or borrow funds for future projects at lower rates, therefore asking less of ratepayers overall. Wanted to make sure that was captured for the record, and now go enjoy your break.
Good point.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. We are back.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Chance of rain outside. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Burdick. I'm the police chief at Milwaukie. I'm here to do code enforcement and the police department. So if we could start with the code slide. Code is to solve livability problems with the city and along its borders. Tim Sawyers, John Simkovic, and Carrie Fotev carries the parking officer. They're doing a fantastic job on public education, working with codes and nuisances, conflict resolution, resource referral, and abatement. They've got some good accomplishments. They've implemented a new online complaint form. They're doing good work on fireworks with the ban on consumer fireworks. And they're also assisting the police department with firework enforcement on the 4th of July and the nights leading up to it. They instituted a tall grass and weed strategy to prevent fire danger. They revised the city tree code into a more readable and enforceable code. They've got a Welcome to Milwaukie brochure. Tim was also instrumental in developing a new camping ordinance and enforcement procedure for the city. It was fantastic. And then we received 2 grants from Metro totaling $10,000 for the disposal of abandoned recreational vehicles. So that was a big help because those are very expensive. It's typically about $3,500 to dispose of an RV. One of the other good things that they've done is they've achieved a 90% resolution rate prior to citation. I think that's something the city is very much on mission for, is to get compliance ahead of the citation. So they're very good at working with people, which we really appreciate. Next slide, please.
Sorry, I moved it a little in advance. This is your looking ahead slide.
Oh, okay. Reducing the number of outstanding cases by conducting abatements. And they've finalized some lien foreclosure policies and procedures with the finance and city manager. And increased public educations with the Welcome to Milwaukie brochure program that helps with some resources in how to navigate some of the city departments.
Can you briefly summarize what the lien foreclosure policy addresses?
So the lien foreclosure, we've had a couple properties that it's a very complicated and time-consuming we've had 2 properties that have had fire damage. And so we've had to go through, we work with, I think it's Jordan Ramus is the legal firm, and to get the property into compliance, hopefully, but then we have to do the abatement procedure. And the abatement will essentially start to where the city would move forward either with some repairs or push the property into foreclosure and get it sold through the county.
So the city would do the abatement if the homeowner doesn't. Is that addressing like that property over on Harrison?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah. And then next slide, please. So the budget is very, very flat. One of the changes was to professional technical services, and that's the RV destruction. And we put money in there, but it is offset by the Metro grant. This is a very much hold the line budget. Nothing extra is included. And we're trying to still accomplish the mission, but with little to no increases.
So you see that the increase in the professional and technical services was covered by grants?
Correct. So
Okay.
we put money in there, but then we would come back on Metro for the grant funds.
So the increase really isn't an increase at all? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
For the item number or percentage of compliance after citation, what does that mean? Why is the number so small?
So if we're achieving 90% compliance prior to citation, then we have essentially very few cases that we're working with. So we've generally speaking exhausted everything we can do to get the compliance. That's why it's a pretty low number.
Oh, so I should be adding that to 90%.
Essentially, yes.
Then we've got 95% compliance after we've gone through citation and okay, good.
All right, so the police department. Major accomplishments, very proud that we've got body worn cameras. We were able to get those, once the decision was made, get a vendor, get those on board, get the officers trained, and now they've been deployed. They've been a great addition for us. The officers love it. It's helping us on our complaints that come in. We're able to get those complaints triaged much quicker. And then there's a safety feature too with the cameras. One of our detectives is on a SWAT team and he was using a live feature. He was able to actually tape a camera to a window on essentially a hostage call just a week ago. So the cameras are fantastic. We got the kind of the lower, I don't want to say lower end, but we made a very sensible approach. We're very prudent with our money. We have just the cameras. We don't have the in-car dash cams. There's some other features you can get, but you start to spend significant amounts of money.
I mean, I remember when that decision was made and I was actually remember being surprised that it wasn't more expensive than it was. Have there been hidden costs or has it really kind of come in at what it was bid at?
It's come in. We're actually having problems with Motorola billing us, which is kind of a unique problem to have. But yeah, no, it's a great camera. It does what it needs to do. It's working well for us. There are other camera companies that have a lot more bells and whistles, but you do pay a premium with that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Continued participation in cooperative efforts, SWAT, H&T, human trafficking missions. We're one of the county leaders in those type of missions. Increased community engagement. I'm going to brag on Glenn Sekonic. I think we have the best behavioral health person around. He's amazing. We do, there's a information share, this thing called Dr. Cloud, where now the behavioral health people can all enter information from all over Clackamas County. They share info. We have 2 other cities and their BHU people have logged 26 contacts. Glenn was at 51. So Glenn is out there all the time, always active. He's just the best. Some of our goals to continue to hire and train. On paper, we're getting close to full staffing, but we just released 3 officers and I have 4 more in training. So while on paper it looks like we're fully staffed, we're still training. I don't want to say shorthanded, but we're still spending overtime. We're still working at a pretty high tempo. Community livability and public safety. We're going to continue that high standard of service, and we're going to try and always provide professionalism and what the community expects.
I guess, can I also ask, since you mentioned the training, there was, for a while there, a year or 2, there was quite a backlog to get people into the academy. And I know the state spent some, devoted some resources to up that. So are you able to get people in as soon as you want to get them in?
It's working much better. We had a problem where we would have to hire an employee and hold them for 6 to 7 months just to send them to the police academy, which was just causing everybody massive issues. That's gotten significantly better. They were doubling the class sizes from 30 to 60. And so we recently just hired someone and got him into the academy fairly quickly. So it's much better. We're not all the way there, but we're in a much better place.
You released 3. Did 3 people leave the force?
Sorry. So they went from being in a training
to-
car
okay.
to now they're solo, able to be on their own. Yeah.
So just because overtime has been a big issue, and I know last year we had to add in like 300 something thousand. You said, so there's currently what's happening is the staff that are in training are going out with I'm using the wrong term, I'm sure, but like a fully ready officer
A coach.
Yeah,
Yes.
a coach. Perfect. Perfect. They're the G League to the Blazers. Got it. No offense to them. I like the G League players.
yeah.
Don't worry, we're good. Okay, anyways. How these, let's say in a perfect world, nobody quits, no issues. How long until that overtime issue that we're currently having? I know this is a very technical question, but how long until that kind of goes away in a perfect world?
Great question.
You can
Very
say
hard
never,
to
I don't
answer.
know. Yeah.
So probably never. Things tend to be very busy. I don't anticipate this coming year being a slow year with the political season and everything else that's going on. We could have a major incident, and that can be a $25,000 to $35,000 overtime. It could generate multiple days with detectives, call-outs, extra staffing. There's a lot that's beyond our control. Sometime we had a woman that was struck and almost killed on a Sunday morning by a DUI driver. We're calling in detectives, we're calling in extra staffing. We had to hold that scene for a while. We're spending thousands of dollars. When you have 20 of those that occur, or 20 critical incidents, you really start to suffer on your budget for your overtime. My hope, though, is once we get more officers on their own, that overtime pressure starts to taper. But it is very difficult.
And those officers that are the G Leaguers are, would you say, like 6 months away, a year away,
So
2 years away? I know there's multiple, but.
right, I've got 3 that are probably between 4 to 5 months, and I have 1 that is probably 9 months.
Okay, thank you.
And I have probably 1 or 2 that are going to probably retire in the next few months.
Okay.
So
This is a
ongoing.
constant, yeah, okay.
The amount of time I think that we've been at truly full staffing with everybody on their own has probably been a period of months in my 22 years. So it just depends. During COVID, at the worst of it, we actually put our officers on an emergency 12-hour shifts because we folded everybody into patrol just about just to make our 24-hour patrol requirements.
Okay, and in any of these periods, especially during the COVID time, has there ever been a point where, like, there's had to be a reduction in services, or has it always been the overtime has filled it to 100%?
So it's a combination. So we don't have anybody in the interagency drug task force. So when we have a drug overdose death, we used to have somebody as part of that task force. We actually call in it's mostly the sheriff's office to come in and help us with that opioid-related overdose. Our detectives can do some things, but that's a very specialized type of investigation that needs to occur. We had a traffic officer on paper, but we folded him into patrol. We had to do that for several years. We're starting to come out of that. But we had to make some very hard choices. So, and conversely, when our citations diminished, our accidents went up. When our citations are going up, now our accidents are coming back down.
Do you have figures on that could potentially be provided?
I want to say our performance measures for the PD.
I know the figures on the citations you mentioned, but with citations going up, the figure you just mentioned on accidents going down.
So if you look at on 138, number of citations issued, if you look at, say, for 2022, so we had 193 accidents, 1,100 citations, and then we issued 1,800 citations and 23 accidents went down by, it was a small amount. And I will say is I think we've already exceeded the citation number already for 23 because we were able to have a lateral traffic officer. Now we have 2 actual traffic officers, although one of them is a coach. He's helping with train some of our new officers.
Okay, and so 600 additional citations and like 11 less accidents. Is that what I'm looking at? Got it. Okay, thank you.
So next slide, please. So for the budget, we have had some increased costs. Most of these costs are costs that are, we can't necessarily mitigate. We had what's called the C800. It's a digital radio upgrade. It was a measure that went through, I think in 2016 through Clackamas County. It went over budget, and they essentially have apportioned costs throughout all the police and fire users within Clackamas County. When we talked to the project coordinator, he quoted me $83,000 and $83,500, each year for coming up. So that's an increased cost. It's difficult for us to not pay this. We have to have those digital radios, but it's a kind of a complicated issue. We have cost increases with our LOCOM 911 dispatch center. We signed a 5-year contract with them. These are built-in costs per the contract. And then additionally, fleet. Fleet is where we try and save our money. We continue to chip away at our police fleet. We've done that through the years. I have probably 11 patrol cars right now that we probably should be getting rid of. When you have a patrol car, they typically recommend you get rid of a car at about 80,000 miles. And it's important to reflect that 80,000 miles, it's not like your personal car. You can go way higher. It's 2 to 3 times that, because the way the cars are driven, very heavy gas, very heavy brake. And then the other part is when you have a traffic stop, that's a 15-minute time where your car is just sitting there idling. I've had critical incidents where I've been on scene for 10 hours with my car running, with my lights going as we're securing a homicide scene. And I've never done that with my personal car. So, so you just have to kind of keep those in mind. We typically are asking for 3 cars a year. Last year, we had 2 cars that were totaled. We had a high-risk stop on a robbery suspect, and a county car came in late to our scene, struck one of our patrol SUVs, seriously injured one of our officers, where officers almost died. That car was totaled. We had another event where officers responded to a prowler call about 2 a.m., arrested the subject. We're about ready to put him in the back of the patrol car, which was on a street underneath a street light. Luckily, they saw a DUI driver come along, hit the patrol car, and they were able to pull the custody away, so nobody got hurt. But the patrol car was totaled. So I'm asking for 1 car of those 2 that are totaled. So that's why there's an increase of 4 in my year 1 request.
So I assume the city has insurance to cover total cars. Wouldn't that allow you to replace them outside of your schedule?
Insurance only covers so much of it. In this case, a new police car costs about $65,000. The payout on the value of the police car is $20,000 to $25,000. So we're eating that difference.
Okay.
So, and then there's the other wear and tear. Right after George Floyd, we had a man come into our parking lot and smashed out some windows on 2 of our Dodge Chargers. We had one of our SWAT people who was going to a call, was driving away, stopped at a traffic light, and a man that was drunk rear-ended him, and that was pretty unfortunate for him also to rear-end a SWAT operator and all of his gear. So there's a lot of different things that happen, and the wear and the tear on the cars is significant. And like I said, you should be getting rid of these cars at 80,000 miles. We're holding them far beyond that. Like I said, I've got 11 cars right now that are beyond that.
I don't want to spend too much time on this, in fact, very little, because we already had a discussion earlier, but maybe for the future, just some informational. Curious how that 80,000 is impacted if you're doing an electric vehicle versus a gas-powered vehicle, which maybe, I mean, I've heard that Teslas can go 1 million miles. I don't know if that's true, that's what I've heard. So anyhow, I'd be curious, but I don't want to spend a bunch of our time on that right now, but we did have a conversation about this earlier.
Sure.
So those are some of the areas where our budget, like for fleet, is I'm asking for a little more than normal. But that was some of the background as to why.
And I'll just add, he's asking for a little more than normal, and we had to deny even more, even what the original ask was because of the hold the line piece. So, yes, this M&S in this budget is increasing, but not as much as, frankly, it needs to because of our general fund revenue crisis.
So then, just out of curiosity, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to talk about police staffing for a second, because I think we have an excellent force. I think that they're much more responsive to calls than neighboring cities. I mean, they actually respond to all the calls, which a lot of cities triage and don't respond. And I think that's a very positive thing to have in this city. And you and I just had a brief discussion in the break that I wanted to bring into this larger discussion of, so we've got a number of apartments that we heard about and housing developments that are coming online and will be online by the time we get to the next biennium budget. 500 apartments in Hillside, we have 170 something at Henley Place, et cetera. So the population is growing, but it doesn't seem like the size of the police force is growing commensurate to the number of increased population. And so I don't know that there's anything to be done in this budget, but it would be interesting to see how our staffing levels for police compared to population, compared the ratio of police staffing to population compares Milwaukee to other cities, or if there's a state minimum staffing requirement now, and then what it'll be once we have all this new development, which will be by the start of the next biennium.
So it gets real complicated. You can do, there are population measures. I'd say one of the most important things is essentially your call load. Is what, do you have the right amount of officers for that workload? Or for what the community expectation is for service, especially to how we're incorporating and doing some really good work with houselessness, addiction, mental health. And are we adequately staffing that? And it's a challenge.
And I would just add, I mean, it's a great question. It's a similar question to what we got when we were doing budget development and I went to talk to police staff with Ann, was, you know, we see all these apartments being built. Why are we not able to increase FTE? And we started the morning talking about the great news of what's happening in our urban renewal area and the money we're going to be able to invest there. The flip side of an urban renewal district is when that development is happening in that urban renewal area, we don't see in the general fund the same property tax boost that you would were those units added outside of the URA, which is why what Joseph said earlier about being really strategic of how we can leverage MRC or URA dollars to offset some general fund expenses is critical so that these general funded departments that still have to provide service for that URA can meet that increased need. So there's pros and cons, there's trade-offs and costs. And so we're trying to think of it as a holistic whole and think of that the city's budget in that bigger picture. But it's a great question.
Sorry, couple more questions. Sure. I'm not just picking on you, I've kind of been picking on the size of the account and therefore they get more questions. But I wanted to ask a question about, well, we'll start with I'm really sorry everyone that I'm talking a lot of vibe-based stuff, but in terms of like the police department and the city of Milwaukee as a whole, I think if you asked an average person in Milwaukee, there's kind of three bigger things that have come out of the last year or last biennium. Number one is the hiring of Glenn, which I think has been received very positively and I think has been a huge impact and help that he's the first point of contact with a lot of the houseless community. I think that's very good. The second one, probably not as good, I think, as this wasn't Milwaukee, but Clackamas County. That was the shooting of, I think his name is Derek Clark.
Yes.
On Railroad Avenue. So for that, I wanted to just see, has the city or has the police department internally done anything to help prevent a situation like that from happening, or if you think it's a situation that's just going to continue to happen, because I think a lot of people would agree, we'd rather not have someone dead than not dead in general. Has the department done anything internally for that?
So, yes. One thing directly to the Derek Clark family is we actually communicated with them, and when they were coming out to do the memorial afterwards, we actually blocked Railroad off for them.
Awesome,
And so we
amazing,
gave them
yeah.
some time, or the time that they needed to grieve. We're going to value human life as much as we can. We can instill that as a culture, and I think that's something that we do. I think we work very hard to de-escalate whenever we can, and we're really trying to find interventions. And one of the things we could talk about is self-initiated contacts where the officers, it's not an enforcement contact per se, it's go meet somebody, go talk to somebody. And then the other part is we're trying to leverage our partnerships because budgets are tight. So we have a partnership with the Clackamas Emergency Services Foundation where my frontline patrol sergeants have $150 cash. We contacted a man that was living in his car. A neighbor wanted it towed but it was broken down because of his car battery was bad. We bought a new car battery. So he's able to get to work. He was right there on that edge, and he's able to go forward. And that's the kind of
That's
interventions.
great interventions.
Yeah, that we're trying to make. So we just leveraged, we have a fantastic partnership with the Milwaukie Public Safety Foundation. They just purchased an electronic detection dog for one of my detectives. So that's no cost to the city, but it's going to be a huge benefit to the city.
What's an electronic detection?
So it's a Labrador Retriever. I'm so excited. So it'll be this July, and it can come in on, especially these human trafficking missions. When we do a search warrant, there's often hidden hard drives, smartphones, the electronics. The dog can come in and detect those when they're hidden anywhere in the house. There's like 3 or 4 of these dogs in the state. So
To clarify, it's a real dog, not electronic dog.
Yeah, that-
Sniffs out electronic.
yeah. So
Okay.
yeah.
And I have a second follow-up question, which is the third one, and this is probably the more tougher one, is the police officer, I want to say like a year or 2 ago, that was let go for allegedly having sex on duty. Has anything been done internally to help? I mean, hopefully that is a common sense thing, but is there anything internally that's been done to help shore that up as well, to help build trust in the community?
So we are working with our staff, obviously, all the time to train, to hire the best. The hiring process is rigorous. The background is extensive, but we had somebody that betrayed their oath. We apologize to the victim in this. This is a pending criminal matter.
Yeah, okay,
still.
yeah, understood,
So
yeah.
I don't want to say too much, but
Yep,
we are
understood.
working definitely
Okay, yeah.
on some things.
Okay, and that is, in addition to that, that's in an area of rebuilding trust in the community.
Absolutely.
Yeah, awesome.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Moving on. Any more budget questions? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, everybody.
Really appreciate it. Michael's going to bring us home. He's the last department head.
I was going to say I have good news and bad news, and that's both that I'm the one to finish this. So you're stuck with me for the rest of the way home. All right, in finance, our major accomplishments, GFOA awards. We received the Triple Crown Award, I believe, for the last 8 years. We last received it for fiscal year 22, and we've submitted for fiscal year 23 we submitted to GFOA for excellence in accounting and reporting. The Triple Crown means the budget, the ACFR, and the PAFR, which is a small summary level detailed report. We're very proud of that, and we're hoping to keep that tradition going. This last year, we had an increase in GASB standards for leases and subscriptions that we had to include in that. So there was a lot of work put into doing these reports, and we're very proud of them. So that award is very meaningful to the finance department. We updated our procurement and policies. We tried to update and modernize them a little bit over the past year. This year, we inherited the business registration piece. We took that over from the city recorder. And we went to a new software called GovBuilt. And there was some hiccups in it going from the previous software to this software. We're ironing those out and honing it in, but there was a bit of a learning curve for the public to get on with the new software. I think in the future, we're making upgrades to make that more streamlined. And going forward, it should have everyone's information in it, that they're just going to go in, update it, and pay their business registration. But that was a huge lift that we went through. To the point I spoke about earlier, we administered utility assistance for the low-income residents in Milwaukie. Our 90-day averaged AR payments are back to pre-COVID levels. We did we reached out to St. Vincent de Paul and the county to help administer this. I'm proud to say that we collected $95,000 in grants from the work with Clackamas County to help subsidize and pay down low-income folks with who needed utility assistance. I also have that we survived staff turnover. That was huge in our department. We did lose 2 finance directors during this time, and the staff is really experienced and good, and they helped me immensely to get through this work. We had a budget document that we've producing now. We had the ACFR, and we also had day-to-day activities, which is a lot. We're doing business registrations, we're helping with utilities, we're doing our AP, AR collection. It's a lot of work that this team has come together and do. I'm hoping that this is kind of our mountain peak, that after this, we can kind of come down and just calm the waters a little bit, so to speak. We've gone out for a recruitment for an assistant finance director that I believe we're getting to the final stages of. We're doing some final interviews in the next month, and that will greatly help my workload reduce a little bit so that I can be looking forward. We also selected and implemented a new bid management system. This is in an attempt to modernize and bring up technology within the finance department. I know that we've talked with some of you about increasing performance measures and how we track those. And we want to use technology the best that we can, and also with cost efficiency in mind. So Kelly Tucker has gone out, and we've selected and are implementing a new bid management software that we think that can help streamline work going forward. Our goals for the future, I have new city auditors 2.0 because this was on here last biennium. We did an interview process for audit services last week, and the interview team selected Moss Adams that we're going to go to the audit committee for their approval. Their bid was in line with the previous auditors, so it wasn't much of an increase, but I think the level of service we get is going to be tremendous. I've worked with Moss Adams before in the past. They're a big firm. They have a lot of departments, and they can kind of grow with the city as we become bigger. help with reporting, and I'm excited to work with them. So that's another, we've achieved selecting them, but how we, this year is going to be hard because it's a new audit firm that we're going to have to bring up to our standards. So that's another lift that we have to do in the finance department. As I said, we're trying to update technology processes anywhere that we can to be more data-driven. And we're looking to update our travel policy just to modernize it and bring it up to date. We held the line on our materials and services budget, but there are items that we need to monitor going forward. Audit costs, I said, we maintain those, but they are expensive. There's a couple factors I won't get into, but if we go over certain thresholds of grants, then you have to go out for additional levels of auditing. And that's an additional expense. So we're trying to be conscious of that and keep that down. There's also bank charges, specifically credit card fees that we've talked to council about. And those are increasing at a drastic rate. We're trying to educate the community on using auto pay and e-checks, because those are ways that you're not getting hit with the credit card fees and keep our fees down. We're eating the credit card fees out of our rates, which is climbing fast. So it's something we're looking at. We're continuing to monitor and trying to find ways to keep it efficient.
What do you mean by out of our rates?
We're not charging a fee to, if somebody pays for a credit card, we're not adding a $3, $5 surcharge to it.
Oh.
We're eating that cost within our rate component.
And which line item is eating it? It's general fund?
It's general fund. Part of it's in finance and part of it's in IT. There's a component to each of them. There's a Tyler component for when we take in the cards, and then that's coming through IT. And then there's a bank charge that's coming through finance.
So for instance, for building permits, it's not the building fund?
No.
Okay, it's not.
Robert.
Michael, would you just share with the committee what the outlays were in credit cards in the past year? I was stunned.
When we were projecting, and I'd be happy to provide this to the full budget committee, for this fiscal year, it's going to be around $250,000, $250,000. Looking at the next fiscal, $300,000. It's just been going up. As Michael said, the growth of that trend is staggering. We are not the only city facing this. I mean, we're kind of beholden to the credit card companies. But we also aren't the only city thinking about how we mitigate this. And we are seeing some, including some neighboring cities, start to charge convenience charges to people who are using cards to try to recapture some of that cost.
Yeah, I believe that you pay your property tax with a credit card, you pay a fee. I mean, I don't think that's uncommon at all.
William?
Where all are we accepting credit card usage? I figure if you come in to pay with one, you can, but is there also like an online portal?
Yes, there's an online portal for utility payments, and I believe some permits and things like that as well. But when you come in, we accept them here, we accept them at the library.
For online specifically, what other payment options do we offer?
You can do, if you set it up to be a direct deposit or direct transfer from your account, so something, I think it's an EFT, electronic funds transfer, then you mitigate at least some of these charges, the credit card charges. You can do e-checks. We can take checks, actual checks. We can take cash for a lot of our smaller dollar, fees and fines. Cash is a great option for us that saves us some money.
So for the e-checks and the ETF, is there a cost to the city to accept that?
I just want to point out, I misspoke. We do not take e-checks right now, but we will look into it. But yes, there would be a cost to the city.
Okay.
So it is occurring to me that the size of the credit card fees is probably related to credit cards on permit fees?
Absolutely. And we, in our fee schedule, since the last, in the last update, or the update of the fee schedule at the last biennium budget, council did implement a limit on credit card transactions of $10,000. That works to an extent. We can deny those transactions at the desk. When the permit is paid through a software program that we administer, we can tweak the program that says decline the charge if it's over 10,000. What we have found is most of the time those large dollar charges are building fees. The building permit system is called a CELA and it's operated by the state, and we cannot actually put a limit on that. So we can tell someone, no, you can't use your credit card, and they can go home and still pay that fee of over 10,000 online. We aren't seeing huge amounts of that. We ran some data and provided that to council. So Michael and I don't feel like that dropping that rate, saying maybe nothing over $1,000 is really going to make that big of a difference. It might be one tool in the toolbox, but I think the scale of this problem is probably going to require some other strategies.
Hello. It would be great to see a breakdown of how that $250,000 breaks down between utility payments and permits.
Yeah.
We have that data. We provided to council. I'll make sure we send that out to you right after the meeting.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that would be really helpful. And on top of that, if there's a way, to then this probably isn't part of this current budget, but something that the utilities can decide in the next year or something like that, if there's a $1 discount on the utility, on your water bill, I mean, as someone personally who, if credit card and ACH is the same way, I do credit card because it's free for me and I don't have to pay it for a month and a half. So that would be something that could be discussed.
Absolutely.
Overall, yeah, if you gave me $1 discount, I'm going to ACH.
Absolutely. It's definitely part of it. It's kind of a strategy we know we need to develop. We didn't have time to really get it done in advance of the budget, but it's a huge piece of, it's something we hope that we can, in a future supplemental, we can show you, look, we've bent that curve and now we're saving some money.
As of right now, we're looking at these fees unless something radical changes or in the next year or two, we start to implement these. These are kind of, this is happening because of the process.
Yes.
Okay, good enough.
Yes.
But also, the fact that we have built a budget with those fees in it doesn't mean that we can't address the issue during this biennium. We don't have to wait 2 years.
Absolutely.
I do have to note that our utility tech, Joyce, is going to be in my ear saying, we cannot really offer discounts because the administration of that within the system is hard. There's ways that we can do this, but we don't want to add more work to our plates from this.
Absolutely, yeah.
But we are looking at all options.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Yeah, I know if you do a study on something, it ends up costing $200,000.
Right.
So, yeah, I got you.
Another thing that we have to monitor is something that I've learned since I've come to the city is when we're taking utility meter reads, that's done by a contracted service that we outsource to. And it's kind of a partnership with all of the cities kind of in the area around us, Gladstone, West Lynn. And they physically go out and read the meters themselves. They are proposing a 20% increase to their rates. They have had an extremely difficult time of staffing. I don't know if some of you have heard, but the staffing levels and the quality of staff that they have has not been great. So that results in a lot of misreads where you're going out there and you're misreading a meter, inputting that into the system. And, sometimes it's an additional $200, $300 that somebody's getting a bill for that we have to then take our time. The Public Works Department goes out there, has to check it and verify it. It's very frustrating to residents, which I totally understand, but the number of misreads is increasing over the last 2 years. And the 20% jump in the meter reader contract is they're trying to address this and find a higher quality of staff to go out there and read so that we can verify these rates. But we're kind of at their mercy because there's nobody else that does this work right now. And this is essential work for the utility billing of the city. Lisa?
So, I mean, is there an alternative to having the, I mean, I know like several years, a decade ago or whatever, PGE and Northwest Natural changed out meters to make them so that they could be read from afar. I presume we don't have that. I mean, we have old school meters. I remember when in Peter's early days, we had a project where some company that tries to help you lower your costs of various things the city does, looked at our meters and whether it made sense for us to replace and upgrade our meters, and they found that they were in pretty good shape and for the most part were pretty accurate. So we didn't do that at the time, but is there now a technology to have readable meters? And is that something we should be exploring? I mean, that sounds like a huge project, but just.
Yes, there's two things with that. Is there the technology? Yes.
Yeah.
Is it expensive? Yes.
Yeah.
So in reading through my data, I believe a couple of years ago, the estimate was $2 million, but this was pre-COVID, so I'm sure those costs have gone up. I've talked with West Lynn and Oregon City about it, and the cost benefit of upgrading it to electronic, it just doesn't pencil out now because we'd have to raise rates in order to incorporate it. We are all kind of talking about maybe doing an intergovernmental way that we all kind of come through and do a co-op that we're controlling it. We're all nervous because we're at the mercy of this one company and we're all trying to figure this out. The reason I'm bringing this up here is because their costs are increasing and it's something we're having to eat in our finance budget. So I'm just making everyone aware.
Are any cities going back to having somebody on staff who goes out and does it?
Well, it's not a full-time job for each city. So that's why we're trying to co-op it together. But the talk is out there about doing that. The last thing I'll point out is we're just trying to continue to provide the high level of service for a growing city. There's a lot of things that go through finance, and I didn't realize all the work that the finance department does, but we're a team of 5, soon to get another assistant finance director. But we do a lot and we try and give the best service that we can. And it's a lot, but we try and be as efficient as accurate as we can.
And I just want to correct one thing we said. Thank you, Peter, for pointing this out to me on the bank charges piece. While yes, there's a bank charges line in the finance budget, as we talked about, in our transfers, so this is on page 70 and 71, there is a formula to allocate costs out to the utilities to cover, when it's a water bill someone is paying, so that we're capturing that from those various funds. So that is on page 70 and 71. And then as Michael said, in the IT budget, IT pays for the software transaction fee. So all the card payments that come through Tyler, which is our card software, IT pays for those.
That's a great point. Thanks, Peter. Moving on to information technology. I just want to say I oversee IT, but I'm not an IT specialist. That's Joe Gardner, who is tremendous at what he does. But speaking for him, his major accomplishments that he's done over the last biennium are the SCADA network upgrade. That was a huge upgrade that he's done with Peter and his staff that I believe they're getting to the end of the road on that, hopefully in this fiscal year. He did a multi-factor authentication, which I think in short is you have to go through 2 different password setups to get into city equipment. That reduces the risk of cybersecurity for us. He's done a lot of cybersecurity awareness. He's upgraded Office 365 to Microsoft 365. He brought us all of our equipment to new City Hall, upgraded all of this great technology that we have, upgraded the network servers from 2019 equipment to newer, and he replaced a bunch of our network switches. I know a little bit about all that, but I can't speak to all of it. His goals for the future are he wants to upgrade all the computers to Windows 11. He wants to facilitate more training so that we're getting the most out of our software that we can. And he wants to consolidate software systems for economic efficiency. Like we're trying to make sure that we don't have redundancy and have the same software that does the same thing purchased 2 or 3 different places. IT was one of the departments that did see an increase, and unfortunately, that's because maintenance agreements for software subscriptions has gone up. They've gone up about 10%. We're trying to mitigate that cost by entering into longer-term agreements, not going year to year, but going 3 to 5 years out. You get a bit of a discount for doing that, and also it locks in our rate so that as we're budgeting, excuse me, we know what we're budgeting for. There's not an increase in cost. Also, another trade-off that we have is hardware and equipment decreases. We're trying to rotate and keep up with our computer hardware, but it's a challenge with our budgetary constraints. But we're trying to rotate all of our laptops and monitors and everything to keep them up to date as the city grows. We have a disposal policy that he's trying to adhere to, but we're also trying to stick within our budget. Next, we come.
William's got a question.
You might not know this, but do you know, has there been an inventory of perhaps our most at-risk systems for cybersecurity?
Explain to me what you mean by
at risk.
Oh, at risk. Yes, he's always doing a analysis of that. He is very good at what he does, and I know Clackamas Community College recently had a cybersecurity attack. I know he has cohorts in the community of IT directors that they talk about, and they're always trying to find like what's your weakest link. It is a risk. We take it seriously, and it's something that we don't want to happen, but it's something that we have to be aware of. And I think he does a great job at trying to mitigate that, but it's in this environment, that's tough.
I was just curious. If I had to guess what it would be, it would probably be something in the utility system. I was just curious if that's on the radar.
I know, I learned the SCADA system is not online. It's, hopefully I'm not disclosing too much, but it's done through cellular technology. So I know that that's a great thing that cities and infrastructures are trying to bring up to date, that a lot of that infrastructure is out of date. So they're trying to bring it up through different methods than going through online. Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, we come to public government and education. This is not my strong suit, but I've learned a lot about it over the last month. This fund was very healthy going into this biennium. In previous years, they were building up this fund so that we could use it for the upgrades of this room here. All this technology you see, we purchased through the PEG fund, and we depleted this fund to use it to pay for these costs. This fund is generated through cable cost fees. So as you pay to Comcast for your cable, there's a percentage, a small percentage that comes to the city of Milwaukee for PEG fees. These funds are decreasing as people are not switching from cable to going to streaming. And we do not receive PEG funds for streaming, so we see a decrease in this. Going forward, this fund is used mainly for educational grants that we support Clackamas Community College and some North Clackamas school districts with it. We've earmarked 25,000 in this biennium for those, but it's dependent on the revenues that we get in. We're just a pass-through for these funds. So we're hoping that we can give these grants out to these school districts, but it's not a guarantee. And,
Council President?
oh, sorry.
Why does this fund exist?
We are not the experts on it. I think that it exists in the spirit and support of transparent government and making sure that whenever possible, we aren't doing things behind closed doors, but we're supporting the access that gets, that allows people to engage and understand what we're doing here. So in the instance of using the PEG funds to upgrade this room, it's so that we can record the meetings, put them on YouTube, do the live telecasting, all of that. I think that Michael explained pretty well that the tying it to cable subscriptions means it's sort of it's on this downward slope but I will admit that I'm not the real expert there, and I'm wondering if Councilor Adma might have more to add.
Well, I kind of see this as a core government function, and so I just say, why isn't it rolled into IT?
I think we're trying, with Comcast, there's public access that was in the 80s and 90s, and I think that they used this in order to start paying for televisions and all this. Going forward, the mechanism to fund this probably needs to change and maybe comes in-house, but I think the old system was to do it through cable rates, and I think that's becoming extinct.
And I believe the reason it's a separate fund is just because it has its own revenue source. It's not a
It has to have
general
some sort of
funded.
visibility and transparency about the
It comes
transfer
in,
from the cable companies or something. Okay.
yes.
Yeah. I think it did have to do with, I used to negotiate some of these Comcast franchises, and by the way, terrible. But these, I believe there's federal law that required them, if you were going to do cable, then you had to have a public access channel. And, historically, we've used that for our these kind of meetings, which is why I asked the question of Scott earlier about Willamette Falls. And to me, that whole cable thing is a dying deal. Now we can do YouTube, it's streaming. And so it's a different world than what it used to be, but it used to be mandated. And those were restricted funds too. So I don't know if that's still the case, but
Which I think is another reason why they're not commingled with IT,
with
because
IT.
they have to be spent on very specific things.
And I bring us to our last department.
Debt service too.
Oh, debt service. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. General government, which was formerly the non-departmental department, but that seemed to be an oxymoron, so we changed it to general government.
But your tab didn't change, so look for the
Yes.
non-departmental tab. It will change.
It will change. Our big accomplishments are timely payments. We make all of our payments down here, and continued support. The items to monitor is this fund pays for the city's insurance, non-personal, and it's non-personnel related, but more of our car insurance and our property insurance. We've seen a 5% increase that we budgeted for in this fund. And also, as we talked about with Ryan earlier in police cars, risk management goes through this fund. And when there's a car that's totaled, we do not get made whole through insurance. There's a gap that the city is liable for. And we currently have $10,000 a year budgeted for that. I don't know. I mean, that's up for debate if that's enough, but it's what we can afford in this budget. But the city is vulnerable to that.
I'm sorry, you're saying they don't make us whole for the city's law, or you said 25,000. 25,000 on a $65,000
I'm using
replacement cost.
yes.
So, but we don't have to make ourselves whole. We just have to
Well, in
buy
the
cars.
fact with police, so one of the cars that they have was a newer car. And the cost for all the bells and whistles for everything with the car is 65,000. When the car gets totaled, we're able to take some of the bells and whistles off and use them on other cars. But in general, we have to pay, say, 55,000 for a new car. The insurance company is saying, hey, the value of that car when you drive it off the lot goes down. So they're only giving us 25,000 for us to buy another car. And that's a $30,000 hit that we have to take to pay for another car that is a risk to the city.
So you're saying this $10,000 is nothing and it's not enough, and should we have it at all, or should we have a bigger?
It's also for other things that we can include into that, and 10,000 is
The
enough.
10,000 premium, that's not what they're going to pay, right?
What's that?
That's a $10,000 premium. I mean, they'll pay out at higher levels.
They'll pay out at higher, yeah, the insurance company will pay out at 25,000. But I'm putting in the 10,000 loss to make up for this. I don't think the city accounted for this in the past because we don't typically lose a lot of cars and police cars, but in the last 2 years we did. So it came up. Hopefully we don't in the future, but it's all that we can afford to budget at this moment. The other thing to include in there is NDA funding. We have no increase for the NDAs, and these are the NDA grants that they use for their projects and concert series and things like that. We hear a greater increase, and there's a demand for an increase in this, but we don't have the funding to include it. Oh, Adam?
Yeah, quick question, going back to the insurance, do they not, is gap insurance not an option? Because like, I just got in a car accident, and I didn't have gap, now I have to pay out of pocket, which sucks. But the gap insurance covers that difference from what full coverage won't cover, it's just the value. So is that an option for municipalities to have that?
I'm not sure if it's an option, but I spoke with our insurance rep who was saying it's not feasible, it's not economically not feasible, but it doesn't make a lot of economic sense for it because the added cost for the gap insurance is very high.
Is it higher than what we've lost in the last 2 years? Because we're paying a difference of like 50 grand on each car.
And it's not normal that we lose 2 police cars in a biennium. This is a different time. I don't think in past years we've lost so many. It's just a risk that the city should look at and address. I brought it up, I'll continue to bring it up, and if it makes sense, they would let us know, but at this time, they advised the cost of the insurance would be too much.
Interesting. If you don't have a lot of accidents, I wonder why that'd be.
And now to finish up, we have the debt service fund. This is the funds separated for all payments of city debt, bonds, and loans. Our accomplishment is it's very important to us that we make all of our payments on time. We schedule them for a month in advance. We want to keep our bond rating as high as we can. So that's a core principle that we adhere to. There's no future debt planned in this biennium, so we've just kept the numbers the same going forward. Whether in the future, I know there's talk of different tranches of money and stuff that would come through here, but I think that's a discussion for later.
I have a question. Given what we have outstanding in debt and the amount that's going to be coming off, where are we at in terms of our percentage of allowable bonded indebtedness? I mean, I know there's a point at which there's some sort of a cap, right?
Page 57. I have questions on that, actually.
Oh,
Let me pull this up.
Yeah,
here.
so anyway, what I'm trying to figure out is, in the discussions about additional bonding, what is the amount that would be available for that? Without running the city up against some sort of a mandate or cap? What page did you say?
So at page 57, at the very bottom, it says, the legal debt margin available for future indebtedness is 108 million. And one of my questions is whether that was over and above the 57 million, which the chart at the top shows as our current outstanding indebtedness, or whether that's minus that. So is it really, we have 51 million
That says
left? 'Cause-
available
And I,
Which is,
for future.
I would assume margin might mean the margin, but I'm not the expert. Expert?
I would say, I'm not an expert, but I would say margin available too, yeah, that we have, margin available is 108 million. I can double check this for sure, but I would say 108 million.
okay. And so I think this chart at the top is really a useful one to see what we have debt on now and sort of how it adds up and when it expires. I thought it was very interesting, the second tranche is actually due before the first tranche. I'm sorry, no. Yeah, the
Nope, that
second
is correct.
item, the first item is the first tranche of safe money. The second item is the later tranche that we did that had included the MRC, and yet it's due first, which I thought was interesting at the time.
We worked with Piper Sandler and John Peterson to create the bond payment plan. And he is far smarter than I, but he was trying to maximize the city's ability to do a 3-tranche plan. And there's ways that we can roll these over in the future, but he was trying to get us the best rate. And I know during that time, during COVID, rates were all over the place. So maybe, I'm assuming, I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking that he maybe lowered the number of years on the loan that we took out. And that's why we're showing 2042 and the other one is a longer term loan. I can look into that, but he's a very smart man and there's a reason
Yeah,
for
yeah.
it.
I mean, that's just 20, that would have been the 20-year, yeah. I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me. I did have a question also on this page about this long-term debt by city. So this is, I thought it was interesting to see comparable cities. This is their total indebtedness. This isn't like per capita or anything. This,
Is this total city, not per capita?
I believe so.
so it's interesting because these are all bigger cities than Milwaukee. I don't know if,
I think it's just their total debt.
right, okay.
Wouldn't this have to be per capita? Because otherwise LO has $200 million of debt.
They have a lot of property values.
Yeah.
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 So I mean, like I'm saying, is this by thousands? So 50, oh yeah, I
Yeah,
see,
so-
57 millions would be 50. Got it, okay. It looks like, okay,
The totals come from each
Yeah.
of those cities'
Okay.
annual comprehensive
Okay, got
financial
it.
reports.
thank you.
William?
While we're on this page 57, I see one of our long-term debts is the PERS unfunded actuarial liability. There's a lot of talk over the last however many years about PERS funding. Do we have any kind of ongoing problem with that unfunded liability for retirement?
I believe we're caught up. I'm not an expert on this, so, but I don't think that I think that we're good for it. I think that this bond here was something in the past that all the cities had to make an initial upfront payment. And so we did a loan for that. But as far as going forward, we're current on all PERS payments. We pay them as the payroll comes up.
That, That unfunded actuarial liability, I was on the budget committee when that happened. And there were very high costs that seemed to be increasing at like 20% a year. And the state made this program available to the cities where they could borrow, issue bonds, and the state would guarantee them in order to reduce the ongoing costs that were expected to be so high. And I do recall a conversation with Ann Ober within the last year where that came up, and I asked her if on balance she thought that had been a good decision. And she said that she thought that it had moderated the city's costs, given what we were looking at that time. So I believe it's going away pretty soon.
David?
Sorry. To go back to general government really quick. Michael, I know we spoke very briefly on the contingencies. Is there, I know like part of that is an ongoing item, but is there a general summary?
Formula?
Yeah.
There's a reserve policy and a contingency policy that we have that's based on looking at our future obligated payments in M&S, a percentage of personnel and services costs. And we try and make sure that we have a contingency and reserve for a portion of that.
And it's in the policy section.
Yes.
Oh, it's okay. Got
You
it.
can, those.
Thank you.
And I will say that I went back and pulled an old budget out, and this policy section has been expanded and clarified. I would like to thank you guys for doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, no more questions.
Wait, sorry, wait,
Oh,
where is
one
that?
more question.
Where is that in?
That's up in policy and trends.
There's policies for all of them.
Oh, for each department?
Each department, it talks about our reserve policy.
Okay, okay, got it, thank you.
The reserve policy is on page 40.
Well, my friends, we've made it. We've made it through every departmental budget. I have 3 more slides, then we are done talking until you ask us questions and want us to say more. We wanted to end on a quick note about going back to, in my budget message, I talk about 3 objectives: stabilizing our financial foundation, institutionalizing progress made on our goals, and advancing community priorities. And that middle objective of institutionalizing progress, we've talked a lot, you've heard us over and over and over today say, hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. And while we did that, and while that did mean we had to make trade-offs, we really intentionally tried to, while making those trade-offs, continue to invest in council's goals. So I'm not going to talk long about this because you've heard about all these things already. This is just a little recap for you of how we're investing in the 3 current council goals across this budget. In terms of equity, we're continuing to fund our equity program. We're funding equity trainings. I'd mentioned that multicultural community event fund we're excited to stand up. We'll continue supporting the equity steering committee. We're translating our pilot. We're trying to make our city facilities and our city communication tools more accessible. We're trying to step up how we help people in crisis through shelters and centers. We're doing ADA improvements, providing emergency utility assistance, providing Spanish interpretation at court, completing a TSP that addresses needs for all users, and our library is doing a tremendous job increasing programs and materials that focus on elevating diverse voices. This is honestly not even everything, but this is just kind of a reflection of the well over $250,000 of investments we're putting into equity in this budget. Similarly, on climate, we're continuing to fund our climate and natural resources program, including the program manager, the urban forester, and the other staff that support that. We have program funding in the Public Works Administration budget to keep that work going. We'll be updating our stormwater system plan to really think about climate and climate change. As you heard from Peter, we're continuing to convert our fleet to electric vehicles, which is going to reduce our transportation carbon footprint going forward. Transportation is the largest source of emissions in Milwaukee. And we are excited about the solar array project at the JCB campus. And finally, on parks, we're excited about institutionalizing progress there by keeping our wonderful parks coordinator through the end of this year. Adam Moore has done just a tremendous amount of work in the 3 years he's been here to get us to complete these 3 neighborhood parks at Balfour, Bowman Bray, and Scott Park. That picture there with the beautiful dogwood is actually from yesterday at, I think that's Bowman Bray. It's really coming along, and it's really exciting to see the progress there. We also know that our parks goal isn't just about, construction on the ground. It's about continuing to navigate our relationship with the NCPRD and the future of parks governance in Milwaukie. So we will do another community survey in this biennium. We can utilize that as another touch point to get data on how our community feels about parks and their priorities for parks. We're spending staff time engaged in NCPRD's system plan update process, and we are still spending some city attorney budget on legal support for the appeal of the Parks District departure decision. So we just wanted to end with that note of sort of how those are woven through, these 3 goals are woven through this budget that we shared with you today. We've reached the point where you get to grill us, and I want to do a time check. It's 3:23. And it's now over to our chair to lead us into deliberations.
We'll start with the public hearing on public testimony on the proposed biennium budget for 2025-2026. This is the part of the agenda during which the committee will hear community member statements regarding the proposed budget. Those wishing to speak, please submit a comment card if in person at City Hall. Email finance@milwaukieoregon.gov or raise your hand in Zoom by dialing *9. Before you make your comment, please state your name and city of residence for the record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to finance@milwaukieoregon.gov. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because the information provided during community comments may be new, staff will follow up as appropriate. Are there any members of the community that wish to speak? Did anybody?
Chair Schochner, we have no one in the room as far as I know. We have no one on Zoom, and we have not received any comments to the email since the meeting started. We did provide one printed community comment sent to you all. It's also in the meeting record that arrived throughout the week.
Okay. So, then, does any staff have anything to add which specifically addresses the question?
No, I don't believe so, not beyond what we've already shared with you.
Does any member of the committee have any questions regarding clarification of the testimony to this point?
Well, what does that mean?
I think that
I do have a question of staff, but I don't know if there's a place for that later or
there is a space for that later. So this would be if you have any questions or comments to make on the one piece of public testimony we received, which is Mr. Clark's comment.
Okay.
And it looks like Sophie might.
Yeah, I just wanted to, because it seems like there's some things in there that might not be factually correct or actually reflective of the budget that you all are proposing. And it would be useful for me if those could be clarified. Like, I think he says something about like, there's no money for trees. And it seems like that's not true, but I'd love any clarification if that's prepared at this moment. And if not, also chill.
No, it's a great question. I'm just searching for amidst the sea of paper.
Well, I will note on that, like he's got this paragraph near the end and this underline about funding for a tree planting rebate program. I don't think there's anything here that forecloses that.
Precludes it.
Yeah, precludes that. It's something that actually Councilor Khosrowshahi and I have talked about. It's something he's kind of interested in doing as a stormwater kind of incentive or something to do tree. So I mean, I don't think there's anything about this budget that precludes having that discussion. So I did feel like that was kind of a logical leap that he made in this letter. There's obviously not a pot of money dedicated to that, but it doesn't mean it's not something.
Action can't happen.
Right, right.
Thank you. We now have a copy of the letter. So I believe the points raised in the testimony are about the continued funding of the Climate and Natural Resources Program Manager and Program, and that is correct. That is in this budget. It does then talk about, interest in a tree rebate program and thinking that those two things could be mutually exclusive. The mayor is right. We don't have a line item in the budget for that, but we do still have our urban forest program and the climate program funding going forward. And so doesn't preclude us from talking about those ideas. We've talked about coming back with quarterly budget updates and quarterly supplementals as we do, tweak this budget throughout the biennium. So I think that's a very accurate statement, Mayor. So I hope that helps, Sophie.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted, if there was any clarification, that would be useful for me. I appreciate it.
William?
For the climate director position, there's a $60,000 line item in Public Works that they would get to administer, I figure. What else would be their duties?
So that position, and I should clarify, the title of that position is not a director. It's the Climate and Natural Resources Program Manager. So they oversee, and Peter's behind me, I think, and correct me with all the things I'm going to get wrong, but that individual manages our Climate and Natural Resources team, which includes our Environmental Services Coordinator, our Urban Forester, and a Natural Resources Technician. So that group has both a technical mandate to do maintain our tree canopy, maintain, and process erosion control permits and tree permits, but it also has an important policy and regulatory function. So making sure that we're compliant with regulations, we're providing the right reports and data to all the regulating bodies, and that we're also advancing the work in our climate action plan. So there's a lot of programmatic and policy and partnership efforts that plan states, and the person in that role really does all the legwork to move that forward. That money that's in that program line item also supports programming through things like Earth Day and Arbor Day, communication with folks about climate and sustainability efforts. It helps run the Home Energy Score program. So it's really the funding that keeps all the programmatic policy and technical work around our climate action plan moving forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What happens if that position remains unfilled?
So that position has been unfilled since February when the previous individual took another job. Peter has done an incredible job keeping a lot of that work moving forward, but Peter also has, we counted it the other day, Peter, what is it, 10 direct reports or something right now? So right now Peter's managing those folks. They don't have a supervisor. We fall behind on meeting our regulatory reporting requirements for things related to natural resources and climate work. And I think we stagnate on moving forward the climate action plan that the community and council adopted several years ago. So we aren't able to advance the projects and the programs that are critical to meeting our carbon reduction goals and being a resilient climate city.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Mayor?
Yeah, I would just add on that by way of response that, the work, Peter mentioned the work on the green tariff, but traditionally the person in that role has been really important to be at the table regionally with other cities and during the legislative session to push for state law things that help advance our climate goal. And the green tariff, which is a negotiation with PGE to get a more green energy packet that serves all, product that serves all of Milwaukee. So, I do feel like there's, I know Peter's doing his best, but I do feel like there's stuff that is not, getting the attention it needs because of having that position vacant, definitely.
And in the same way, we have an equity program leader who helps to make sure equity isn't just the role of one office or one individual. And they really work on, yes, a lot of things externally, but also internal programmatic changes to embed equity in our decision-making structures and our thought process across all departments. The climate program manager does the same thing. You've heard lots of examples throughout today's whirlwind tour of the city of where we're, whether it's through fleet, whether it's through facilities, whether it's through what we're procuring and buying, whether it's the projects that we're going to be investing our capital dollars in, climate is all over all of it. And we really need someone to champion that and be that person who can help embed that value across the city. Again, Peter's amazing, does a great job of it, and it is more than a full-time job, so.
Okay, any other questions? So if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public testimony portion of the proposed budget.
I move to close the public testimony portion of the budget hearing.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of the proposed budget. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. So is there any discussion with the committee members regarding the proposed budget?
Well, before we get to discussion, I guess I had a question for staff, and it follows up on what was said last before we, and on the presentation of the goals that was said last, which is, so we talk about, you know, if we adopt the higher right-of-way fee, if we raise the right-of-way fee, you know, you talked about it last week in your opening statement, then we institutionalize those two positions. So it means they can come off the, and this is something I have advocated for in the climate context for like 4 years and slightly shorter in the equity context. That those are both things we just should be doing as a city, and it should be part of our regular function, just like providing water is part of our regular function. If we do that, then we free up some council goals, but we don't actually have any money for more council goals. Am I correct in that assumption?
You are correct, and I think thank you for the question, Mayor. So what our current equity program and most of the climate program are general funded programs and positions. Our climate and natural resources program manager also gets some funding from the utility funds, but primarily, you know, but think of it mostly as a general fund pot. So the reason that staff have, and we showed this in that forecast chart last week, the reason that we are recommending the increase in the right-of-way license fee from 5% to 8% is because we are worried about the state of our general fund. And we see without that increase, we believe we will face a general fund deficit in fiscal year 27. By doing that increase, buys us a year. That deficit net then is out in 28, but we believe that gives us the time to work with you all on a comprehensive revenue strategy to really right the ship and further stabilize. To your specific point on these goals, yes, we feel that because a healthy general fund is critical to keeping the equity and climate programs moving forward, yes, this helps to institutionalize them. Because our general fund resources are so depleted, I can't say that I am earmarking another $250,000 elsewhere for additional goal work. I do think, though, we have opportunities to work with council over the coming biennium as you consider what your next goals are, to think about strategic reallocation of resources, both staff time and materials and services dollars to support those. And this is another reason why I feel those quarterly updates and quarterly supplemental budgets are going to be a really important tool over this biennium for us to all stay on the same page and transparently document how this budget evolves a bit as the picture gets a bit clearer. But you are correct, there's not an earmarked pot of money for future goal work, but our hope and our plan, the reason we are proposing this is to allow you that peace of mind that if you do adopt other goals, the work that this city has accomplished on climate and equity and the programs that have been built around it will continue.
Thank you.
I want to add just one small thing on the right-of-way fees that I think sometimes gets missed in the process of it, because generally the way we're all kind of function to think about these things is a fee rises and then it just ends up 100% on the back of the consumers, which does happen a lot, and that really sucks. We all know it, we all hate it. But I just wanted to emphasize that as far as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff members, but this is a right-of-way fee that PGE absorbs on, if it's, some cities charge 4%. I think you mentioned, is it Gresham or somewhere that charges 10%?
Gresham does.
Gresham charges 10%. That this goes to PG&E, a multi-million-dollar company that makes a lot of money, and that yes, some of that does come back to the individuals, but a decent amount of that inherently is absorbed by PG&E because, again, they're a controlled monopoly making all of this money. Is that correct in generality?
It is. I might, if Peter wouldn't mind, he's done the best sort of forecasting for us on this exact proposal, and so knows more than me about the specific rate design.
Yeah.
Yes, some of it would get passed on to consumers.
Yeah.
But it would not be 100% of it. And Peter, can you speak to a little bit how that breaks down?
Yeah, I think to your question, that currently a portion of the right-of-way fees, both for PGE and Northwest Natural, are socialized across the entire customer base. So it depends on the specific utility, on how much that is. So, and not just customers in Milwaukie, but so, customers in Gresham pay for right-of-way fees in Milwaukie and vice versa. So it's socialized across the entire customer base. And it's different for each utility based on the ORs, the Oregon administrative rules. So PGE has a 1.5% privilege tax. And then in addition to that, currently there's another 3.5% of a right-of-way fee. If you look on your bill from PGE and Northwest Natural, there'll be a specific call out of what they're charging you as a customer. So the right-of-way fee, the full right-of-way fee does not get charged individually to the customer, but it is in the overall rate.
Yeah, but a portion of that right-of-way fee is essentially absorbed by PG&E.
It's absorbed by all the customers.
Yeah, sorry, yes,
rates
yeah,
in it,
yeah.
So,
Okay, got it. Just wanted to
Right.
make sure. Okay, thank you.
William?
because they're always going to look,
Do we have the ability over the next biennium to update us with reporting on either hard cost avoidance or hard cost savings or soft cost avoidance related to our climate investments? Because I believe very strongly that a climate program is not just, oh, lovely trees. It is specific investments with real outcomes and real benefits for us as residents. And I would love to know what our return on investment is.
I love that. I think, to our broader mission or goal of really becoming a performance-driven city that uses data to tell our story, I think that's absolutely part of our goal. This is more on the equity side, but one of the things that's in this budget, and we actually think are going to spend some current fiscal year money on it, is to start to develop equity performance indicators. Equity is another tough one where such critical work and a little hard to really quantify and in qualitative terms always measure the impact, and that's our next step. And so I think doing a similar thing on the climate side and reporting back not only to you all but to the community on ROI there makes a lot of sense.
I would like to encourage that also and just comment that I think we're actually further ahead on performance measures of climate impact than we are on equity. So maybe we can work on that.
I was gonna say, Peter had, the climate consultant who helped with the climate action plan did an update a couple of years ago. And we did get some measures. I mean, that's all now a couple of years old, but we did get some measures, some initial measures of what impact the
That
first.
was, yeah, that was actually the update that Natalie had put together.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we certainly continue with that.
Yeah.
For sure.
It might be good to circulate that to everybody, just, even though it is a bit dated at this point, but yeah.
Well, I just wanted to address the budget as a whole and the staff and say that I really appreciate all the work that went into this, because I know it is a lot of work to get to this point. Hopefully Brandy's not calculating all personnel services costs on an Excel spreadsheet anymore. Oh, okay. But, you know, and a little perspective, when I was here in early 2000s, left in 2010, the city had 120 to 123 employees, depending on the year in there. So the city's grown by 25% roughly as far as personnel staff. And along with that, there's so many more laws and rules and regulations, whether it's stormwater, whether it's HR, and there's a lot of demand. The library had one homeless person that would camp out on the property, but they would go help the library staff haul boxes back then, literally. And so the libraries, like across the board, people or staff are just faced with so many more demands than they were. And we're doing a heck of a lot and providing such a high level of service to the citizens of Milwaukee compared to other cities with what I think is a very reasonable budget. Yes, I would like to see more police officers, so we're growing into the increased population before the new housing comes along. I would like to see us have another behavioral specialist. But I think, you know, I'm hoping over the course of a couple years of this budget that we're working on those performance measures, working on revenue generation so we can work into those things. But I think you've come up with a very sound budget, and the 3% personnel services increase is a fair increase across the board. That's a lot of the increase, but it's fair. And so I just really want to emphasize that I think it is a solid budget for the challenges that the city is facing.
I will say this is one too where I need you to read the whole Brown text. And you'll notice as you're reading it, there's a lot of numbers in there, including a property tax rate. And we promise we're not pulling a fast one on you. Basically, this is just saying we're going to continue the property tax rate that we have had. There's no changes there on the property tax or the bond rate.
Sorry, really quick, just to clarify, are we saying then that we're done discussing the budget outside of approving it?
We are approving it, but that's what this motion.
Okay, then I have one more thing to say, if that's okay. Sorry. There's so many procedures in the deliberation. I just wanted to address just one item that Mary mentioned on the 3%. And just, again, I know I've personally talked a lot about the police department, but I just wanted to clarify that 3% does not, the police, as I understand, the police 3% is not, it's higher than 3%. Is that correct?
So
The personnel
Yes, and the assumptions you see in the budget, it is higher. We are actively bargaining two contracts,
so I know
so
you
we're,
can't say-
we're limited in what we
Yeah.
can discuss there, but that is correct that the increase you see there is higher than that.
Okay, and then, okay, that's good to know. And in addition to that, in speaking with Michael online, that 13 million number from the estimated biennium last period, that includes the $300,000 supplement from the overtime that was allocated last year. So we're looking at 12.7 million in personnel services up to 15.3 million. Is that's the correct, like, if you remove that special cost from overtime? And this is assuming no overtime. And, oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I mentioned that. Sorry. Page 139. Thank you. Page 139, the financial summary of the police department. If we look to the second yellow column, it shows 13,074,000 of personnel services. That 13 million includes the 300,000 supplemental.
That is correct.
Yeah, so we're looking at 12.7 million without the overtime costs, up to the proposed budget of 15.3 million. And that is assuming no overtime. And I wanted to bring this up, not
It's
as
assuming some overtime.
it's assuming some.
Does assume, there's an overtime assumption in the personnel.
Oh, there
line.
is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we know, is that
I think it's based on historic trends. Is that how?
including last year or not including that 300?
It's not including the supplemental bump, but it's just looking at past historical trends.
Okay, yeah.
usage.
I wanted to mention that because I think this is the single largest increase, and it's 2.5 million with a potential for supplemental budget if there's an overtime needed. So with an increasing city population and the outline of funding the police, I wanted to, covering the needs the city needs for this, we're looking at a 2.5 or more million increase in this department.
2.5? Where you, because I,
So 13 million.
right, but that's the estimated biennium total. The amended budget was 16.1 for the last biennium.
Oh,
So
yeah, I'm
compared to
talking
one-
this line, just personnel.
Oh, this one, personnel.
Sorry, I was just talking personnel. I'm so sorry. Just personnel, not materials and services, anything else. The personnel services estimated biennium actual is 13.074, and the proposed total is 15.3 million.
Yes, and again, I would compare, that estimated total is an estimate because we're still in the fiscal year. So I think comparing the amended budget number of 13.9 to the proposed budget for this biennium of 15.3 is what we would recommend. But yes, this is a significant increase. And
Got it. And part of that is I think I calculated a 36% increase in employee benefits during that period. Because we're going from 5 million to 6.5 million, more or less.
That seems a bit high on quick math, but the numbers are right. We're going from 5 million to 6.5.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, any other questions? Then I will reread. If the committee is ready to vote, I will now entertain a motion to approve and recommend the budget and property taxes to the city council. Do I hear that motion?
Well, I could read the motion, but I kind of feel like it should come from a citizen member. since
Okay,
we're in the city
I move
council.
to approve the acting city manager's proposed budget totaling $191,798,000 for biennium 2025-2026 with a property tax rate of 4.1367 per 1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2025, and 4.1367 per 1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2026, and a bond levy amount of 855,000 for fiscal year 2025, and 861,000 for fiscal year 2026. If I made it
Do
through
I hear a
that.
second?
Before we second, I'm so sorry, Counselor Stavanger has her hand up.
Oh.
I want to make sure, Counselor Stavanger, did you have a comment you wanted to take before this vote is taken?
It was a clarifying question with regard to the police budget, but I don't believe that it's, I don't want to interrupt the motion. I can follow up afterward.
Okay, thank you very much. Apologies for missing your hand.
Sorry. Do I hear a second?
I second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded to approve the acting city manager's proposed budget totaling $191,798,000 for biennium 2025-2026, with a property tax rate of $4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2025, and $4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2026, and a bond levy amount of $855,000 for fiscal year 2025, and $861,000 for fiscal year 2026. Any discussion?
Well, actually, I hadn't read the motion before, but, what's the bond levy amount? Explain that.
So the bond levy amount, I'll ask my finance director. These are rates that are certified with the county every year. We haven't changed our bond levy amount. I think it is a rate up to which we could pass bonds on our voter base. It's, Michael,
I
is there more
know
you
that
would
it's something that is a formality that we can't change or manipulate. I can look more into it. These are GO bonds that are the debt service payments I'm getting. I'm not sure exactly. I can look into it, but I believe that this is just a formality that we have to
This is
address.
the bond levy that we already have for GO bonds, is what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay. And it hasn't changed?
it has not changed.
But
Okay.
our debt service is more than that.
Yes.
They're not all GO bonds?
They're not all GO bonds.
Okay,
Correct.
okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The motion carries. Okay, now we have to have a motion to cancel the meeting next Saturday. I would like to entertain a motion to cancel the May 11th, 2024 Budget Committee meeting.
I move to cancel the May 11, 2024 Budget Committee meeting.
I second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to cancel the May 11th, 2024 Budget Committee meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. The motion carries. Okay, any other items this committee would like to discuss? We're free.
Oh, you do have to adjourn the meeting, just item 7.
Oh, no.
One more motion.
Well, wait. I do want to say just, I've been looking at the budgets for 10, I don't know how many cycles, 4 cycles. I really think this is a much more readable budget. I mean, it's gotten better every year, especially in terms of the intro, but I think what's improved this year is the actual tables. I don't know whose idea the blue and the color was, but I think this is much more readable than it used to be. So kudos to whoever
That's
did
Kelly
that with the
Tucker.
tables. Pardon?
Kelly Tucker
Okay.
helped design the format, all of it. She's awesome and
Yeah.
picked the color schemes and everything.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the intro sections have gotten improved over a course of years, but in terms of the actual tables, I felt like this was way more readable than it used to be, so kudos to Kelly.
One thing I want to bring up is I just want to give a great amount of thank you to Bonnie Dennis, the former finance director, who helped guide me through this process, because there was a couple times I needed to be pointed in the right direction. So she developed this, I took it forward, but her signature is all over this, so I appreciate her help.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Yep, thanks, Bonnie.
Well, I also would like to thank the staff for what has been produced this year. I know, having worked in a budget office before, how difficult it is to get it done on time. And the fact that there were so many staffing changes really, I think, compounded how difficult it was this year. And so I really appreciate the work that everyone in the city has done and continues to do. Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Seeing none, all those.
Thank you all.